Hello, welcome. Happy Monday, magnificent Monday, miraculous Monday, motivational Monday, whatever you want to call this Monday. Welcome. We're here to transform our thinking. Transform your thinking. Appreciation is your key, your master key. Some people will say gratitude. Some people will say thankfulness. Some people will, use different terminology, whatever, resonates with you. I think I moved past gratitude and more into appreciation because I like the definition for appreciation, but there's nothing wrong with gratitude. I'm just, grateful kind of makes you think you have to earn a thing, where appreciation states that you are worthy of having the thing, right? So appreciate life. Recognize that you are the reason you are experiencing what you're experiencing, that you're this powerful, magnificent, majestic being having a temporary physical experience. It's not even really physical. It's just you're experiencing your own imagination. That's why Neville Goddard says, imagining creates reality. It's what you're imagining within, you will see projected out, as Dr. Joseph Murphy would say, the screen of space. That what you're seeing is your silver screen. It's your movie being played out in quote unquote real time. Hey, Key, welcome. Happy Monday. Hey, I am that I am. And that's all that I am. I am whatever I say I am. Yes. Share the live, double tap the screen. 10K the easy way. You get to come up and have your say. Yeah, are you guys reading the book? Like, I'm reading it for like the third or fourth time, and it's like really, really resonating with me. I don't know if the first time I read it, it like really, really resonated with me. But every time you read a book, every time anytime you read a book, no matter how many times you've read it, you always get something more is revealed to you, is unveiled to you that you resonate with more. And maybe now, the first time you read it was a seed being planted. Maybe the next time you read it, it was the watering and the sunshine taking place. And then you read it again, and now it's taking root. And then it's time for it to bloom and come into manifestation, become a part of your reality. Hey, fresh air. As much as we don't like to talk about a process, there's a process, steadfastness and determination and commitment, perseverance, brazen impudence is how the script would say it. And so, man, what script are you saying? What script are you telling yourself? What story are you writing for yourself? Welcome. Come one, come all. Come join the festivities. It's Miraculous Monday. It's Motivational Monday. It's Magnificent Monday. It's however you want to say about this reality, this thing we call life. And you're going to prove to yourself just how your thinking creates your reality. That what you decide to give your attention to, whatever you empower, what power are you giving to your thought, your choices? And stating the truth about who you are, dispelling the error. Say, what do I mean? That appreciation is the master key. It unlocks more things for you to appreciate, because once you start recognizing that you are the reason the things in your life is coming into your life, like you're the cause of it, and it's really your expanded self, right? The greater part of you, the I am, the source, that which the Bible will term God. It's your mind, it's your quote unquote belief system, it's your judgments, it's all of that. All of that is causing those things to come into your experience. So do you know the more you appreciate something, you're adding value to it, regardless of what it is? You're making it what? Bigger. You're expanding it. And so if you want life to change, you want life to be different, appreciate the things you want to see more of, and then you'll see more of it. Hello, hello. It's Chantrell. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, that's what I said. Yes, I said gratitude, thankful. I say I like the word appreciation more than gratitude, but it's to each his own. You decide which word resonates with you. Sometimes gratitude makes it seem like, just for me, from my perspective, it makes it seem like it's something you had to earn. You have to be grateful for just a little that you have. You better be grateful for this, because if you don't be grateful for this, then it may be taken away from you. No, 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 no. We're getting away from that mindset. But that's only if you think of gratitude that way, which is how I was thinking of gratitude. You may not have that issue with gratitude. That's why I like appreciation more, because appreciation means to add value to recognize the value of, to expand, right? So that's like when we talk about homes that we purchase, you want it to appreciate, right? You want it to expand in value, right? We don't say that we want our house to be gratitude. We say we want our house to appreciate it, to add value to for someone to find it worthy. So that's the only reason why I say appreciation. But gratitude is good too, because it just means to be thankful, right? And so there's nothing wrong with the gratitude. I'm just leaning more into the word of appreciation. Double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. And so as I say over and over again, the Bible is not necessary for you to experience this, your desired outcomes, to experience this dream life. I just recognize that the Bible is about the mind. It's mind science, it's psychology. And so if you still resonate with the script and you really want to understand how to utilize this tool, this basic instructions before leaving Earth, then you want to change the way you perceive what that book is saying. It's not a book about a God that lived, that decided to create, beings to obey a list of demands, discovered that they wouldn't obey the list of demands, and decided to sacrifice himself back to himself just so he wouldn't punish his creation for the thing he knew that they would do. Like, get that out your mind. That's not what that book is talking about. The book is telling you that your mind is God. That's what that book is telling you. That your thoughts turn to experiences in your world. That you create belief systems and judgments, and you make decisions and choices about life. And those decisions and choices you make about life and your belief systems around life is how you experience this life. That's all it's saying. Yes, the Bible is just about you, And I get it. We created religion because we're trying to understand, like, why do these horrific things happen, and there has to be some great punishment or penalty for the way people behave in this life. But that's because you're minding somebody else's business and you're trying to decide how someone should be punished or not punished. And believe me, the law does not make any mistakes. What you give, you definitely get back. And it's all about you creating your reality and you experiencing the life you want, and stop worrying about how someone else is creating their reality and how they may get, their just desserts based on their choices and decisions. Yes, judgment. Hello, Amazing Creation. Amazing Creations by Carla. Hello, Tracy. How are you? And so you might want to stop judging so much, or if you are going to judge righteous judgment, as the script says. If you're going to judge righteously, which means to think right about a thing, to think right about your situations. That's all righteous judgment is. To see every experience that you're having as working out for the greater good of you and everyone that's involved with you, everyone that comes into your experience, right? Because everyone in your experience, you drew them in. They're not there by accident. Yes, yes. Well, you are the church. So that means you just call on the greater part of you, the wisdom of the ages, infinite intelligence, and you speak to those cells in your body and you tell them how you want them to react to what's ever going on in the body. Here's the thing with sickness. We call it sickness, but it's really, this is what you could say about sickness. You could just say it's the body it's the body readjusting itself to whatever has come into its space. And we will call it quote unquote sick when it's really just the body adjusting and getting rid of the things that do not belong there. Because the body is self-healing all on its own. And you just have to know that and receive that and speak to it. Yes, you do have to go outside of the script. Is it necessary to go outside the script? It's to understand what the script is saying. Because the answers are found there in the script. They're found in many books. And here's the thing, you are the book. You just really have to go within and quiet that mind and talk to yourself. Right? Commune with thy own self upon thy bed. Be still, which is what we call meditation. Other people will call it prayer. But prayer and meditation are both used in the script. Both of those words are used in the script. And I think I've heard Dr. Joe Dispenza describe meditation as becoming one with, right? You are already that which you desire to be. So it isn't so much about becoming one with, it's remembering that you are it. That you are it. Reclaiming your power. Because here's the thing, you're such a powerful being, you convinced yourself that you were powerless. That's how much of a powerful creator you are. You convinced yourself that you were not, that you were the opposite of who you truly are. And so as you remember who you are on this journey back to self, remembering your power, you have to decide not to judge the experiences you're having and recognize and appreciate that you created the experience. And sis, if you can appreciate that you created the experience, you can appreciate your power to recreate it. If more people did believe it, you know what a better world their world would be if they would stop minding other people's business and just minded the business that paid them. Unfortunately, too many people mind other people's business. And people don't really sit with themselves to find out what brings me the most joy. What is in me that allows me to express myself in the most creative way where there's no restriction, there's no limitation, there's no seeking for outside validation. What can I do to express myself while I'm here in this third dimensional space that we call planet Earth, the globe, the world, the universe, whatever terminology you want to use? Now that you're here, how are you going to express yourself in the most amazing way possible? Whatever brings you joy, whatever your passion is. And it doesn't have to be like some big, great thing, like you trying to, cure cancer or something, because you have to know that cancer is a creation of the mind, right? That's why many people have been able to heal themselves through what science would call the placebo effect. Many people have healed the body by using their mind. My daughter did it, diagnosed with a neurological dis-ease. I was able to change my experience flying just by deciding that I would have a better experience with flying. My body was reacting to the atmospheric pressure. So my head would, they call it, I guess they call it migraines or whatever. I feel the pressure in my head. My eyes would run profusely. My nasal passages would flare and burn. And it was just the most uncomfortable experience. But I wasn't going to stop flying because I wanted to see the world. But I had to decide, am I going to keep having this experience flying? And I decided, no. You keep saying no, 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 no. When it's really yes, 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 yes. You could say no, no. I said no, 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 no. I decided. I've heard about the Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita. I might have listened to it once or listened to a little of it. I think because I started off in Christianity, that's why the Bible resonates more. But I'm not opposed to reading or listening to it. But now I understand that although all these books are very helpful, they're just pointing you to you. So when you get through with reading all of the books, right? What are you going to do with it, with this information, with this truth, with this revelation, with this knowledge? Because sometimes I feel like people are like, well, read this book, or read this book, or read this book. All the books are just about saying the same thing. They're just saying it in a different way, using different terminology, but they're all saying the exact same thing. That the world is mental, that you are source, you are energy, you are the cause, you are the reason for your experience, and that everything begins and ends with you. And that is levels to this experience. And the more you get to know who you are, you continue to expand in that knowing, in that unveiling. It's like peeling back the onion. It's a forever infinite unfoldment. Oh, really? Your turbulence? Wow. Now you got to conquer that. See, the greatest thing, fresh air, about awakening is that you lose your fear of dying. The reason why you won't go back on a plane because you're afraid to die, right? Fresh air. You think, oh, if I'm going to go, I definitely don't want to go on a plane. That will be the last place I would want to go. Oh, you have conquered it. So you getting back on the plane? You got back on the plane? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's why many mystics and teachers would tell you, you got to die before you die. You got to conquer your fear of thinking that once you transition this body, that's the end. Like, you got to be willing to don't live your life in fear of the inevitable, which is everyone is departing this body. And it's okay. The body is temporary. It's an illusion. It's an avatar. It's a meat suit. As some people would say. It's the vehicle that you use to experience this thing you call the third dimensional plane. Oh, okay. Cool. Because that thing that you're afraid of, you just have to face it. Like I would say I'm afraid of heights, but then I'm like, am I really afraid of heights? Because I've done the slingshot and what was it called? Like the Superman slingshot at Great America. I've done parasailing. I get on planes. Well, no problem. Some things out and thing is, I've done roller coasters. Like I would do things once. I would do it. just to have the experience of screaming my head off. I would be screaming to high heaven, but I would still do it. So I'm like, I need to stop saying that I'm scared of heights, because I most definitely will do something that has, I've done the zip lining. Like, I've done things that a person that claims to be scared of heights wouldn't do. Like, you know, double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. You get to come up and have your say. The Bible is mind science. It is a manifestation book. It is telling you how to use your mind. Reminding you. It's reminding you. Because you know how to use your mind, just forget. It's reminding you that, the world is mental. That the two powers we were given was mind and speech. Hey, Shanzi. Welcome. And it's all about how are you using your mind? How are you using your consciousness? How are your awareness? Like, trust the infinite intelligence within you. That's why talking to yourself is so necessary. Because it needs to be a communication with you and you. You need to keep that phone line open at all times, because your consciousness never sleeps nor slumbers, and it's always listening. It's always communicating, and you need to be aware that it's always listening and it's always communicating. It is your genie in a bottle. It is saying, whatever you command, whatever you say, yes. It never says no. It always says, yes, that's what you want. Okay, that's what you want. And how does it know what you want? Your attention to a thing, your focus, what you're giving your energy to, which is your frequency, which is your focus, your attention. You keep talking about it. That's how, like, how many of you listen to Reverend Ike, right? He says, get fascinated with the thing you want to experience. Be fascinated with it. Like, embody it. Be immersed in it, right? You love fashion, then be immersed in it, Eat it up. Whatever you see fashion at, or if you're into cars, or if you're in whatever it is, whatever suits your fancy, Who cares about what other people think, what your passion is? Who cares if people call you weird, or you always talking about that? That's all you talk about. It's like, you doggone right. What are you always talking about? You always complaining. You always negative Nancy. You always Debbie Downer. At least I'm talking about stuff I really enjoy, that I really, take pleasure in. Something that makes me laugh and makes me feel good. People talk about music all the time and talking about their latest beat and what they produced lately. And you sitting up here complaining about how you can't never pay your bills. And how's that working out for you? So, people will try to get on you about your desire and what you find passion in, while they sitting around mad at life all the time, complaining all the time, worrying all the time. Yep. My word should not return unto me void, and everything is yes and amen. Yep. And saying, for some, the hidden manna. Yes. As he stated, that a couple of lives ago, someone was saying that they saw a couple of scripts talking about the treasure, like how this knowledge, this truth is like, a man who went out into a field and discovered, pearls of great price, or found a treasure, and then sold all he had, and we know that the treasure, says Paul, is hidden in earthen vessels. Your treasure that you've been looking for, that treasure chest, that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, you are the rainbow. That's what people call the 7 chakras, however you say the word, right? You are the rainbow. You are the pot of gold. You are the abundant source. It was always within you. The thing that you were looking for was held in you. When did Jesus ever call on angels? Did Jesus ever call on angels? I don't recall. When did Jesus call on an angel? You're gonna have to give me that script. Not familiar with that. I didn't know Jesus called on angels. But angels are just representative of higher thoughts. That's all an angel is, an angel of light. Yeah, he could call. Yes, but remember the Bible is psychological. It wasn't talking about some beings with wings on their back. Your angels are your heavenly thoughts. Your angels are your heavenly thoughts, not some beings that fly around, you know. It's just like when you used to watch cartoons and you would see the devil on the one shoulder and an angel on the other shoulder. It was showing you that you are both the devil and the angel. You both have quote unquote good or negative or evil thoughts, as well as pure, harmonious, and godlike thoughts. You can have both. So it does get confusing when you try to decipher the script from a literal perspective. You will definitely will not find answers. They will be very confusing. You would definitely find it very confusing when you try to. Right? Right. So, okay. So he didn't say that he would call the angels. He said, do you not think that I can call my Father who will bring forth 12 legions of angels? But you have to understand that the Bible is all parabolic. It's all about the mind. The Father is who? Who did we tell you the Father was, Fresh Air? Who is the Father? Yes, 10K the easy way, and I allow people to come up on my panel. Double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. You can come up and have your say. We can have a discussion. As long as it's a conversation. And you can ask questions, of course. Right. The Father is your higher self. Right. So that's basically, so I can go within to my own self and commune with my own thoughts. And my own heavenly thoughts will drive out what? The doubt, the devil. That's all he's saying. That when you give your attention to the heavenly thoughts, the doubt dissipates. The deceiver goes away. Resist the devil and he shall flee from you. Resist the doubt in you and it shall flee. Hey, Tam V. We are all Jesus Christ. Jesus literally just means Savior, that which saves. What will save you in a situation? You think calling on Jesus? For some people it has, because they have that great faith that they will be delivered out of their situation if they just say Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Some people it works. For some people it doesn't. Some people they crying out, God, where are you? I've been crying out to you. I've been calling out to you, and nothing. It's like you're not hearing me. You're not answering me. Things just keep getting worse. Like, what's happening? What's going on? Because it wasn't the name Jesus that causes things to change. It's your belief that calling on the name of Jesus, things would change. So what changed? Your belief is what changes things, not what you say, not calling on a name. There's no power in that name. The name just means nature. There's power in the nature of the thing desired. All right, all right. Hey, the 012, how are you? Yes, your angels are your higher realms, your higher thought, your higher realms of thought. It's that truth that resonates is the answer to your questioning, and it comes in many forms, in many different ways. It can come, as some people would say, an aha moment, like you were asking the question, then all of a sudden you get the answer from within, or you may read it in a book, you may see it in a movie, television show, somebody else may say it, like, man, I was just asking that question and they answered, and it resonates with me, and I accept that that's what the answer to my question. Because when you ask, it is always given. When you seek, you shall always find. When you knock, the door is always open. When you sincerely want to know a thing, oh, you get the answer. Always. Oh, nice. Love that. Love that. Hey, Grace, how are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. You get to come up and have your say. Share the live. But you know what? I know we be like, do this, do that, do this, do that. You just got to feel like those who are supposed to hear this message will find their way to this room, right? Because we're not here trying to convince or convert or proselytize or make people see things from any type of perspective. We're just here sharing truth, right? And I know it's something that we're told to do on these social media platforms. Tell people to like, tell people to share, tell people to follow, tell people to subscribe, you know? I feel like we just do less trying to make a thing so and just act as it's already so. Just be it and just know it and just immerse yourself in it. You know, don't be concerned about, even if you just have an audience of one, that's enough. If you only have the audience, because you are the one. Everyone else is just projections of yourself anyway, you know? So letting go of the mindset of thinking, woe is me, you know, that you're less than, that you're not worthy of something, that you have to prove yourself to something outside of you. You know, the book that we've been reading, Busting Loose from the Money Game, I just love how this author reminds you of that, you know, you are such a brilliant creator. You're so much more than this physical body, than what you see in the mirror. That consciousness is the only power source, God. That's all there is. And that source, God, power is you. It's all you. The whole time you were thinking it was something outside of you, and the whole time it was something that was just right there with you all times. And as you played the human game, you got lost in the sauce. You got lost and forgot who you were, you know, because that's just how much a magnificent creator that you are, is that you convinced yourself you were less than who you are. But now the sleeping giant within you is ready to awaken. And now from moment to moment, from experience to experience, you're reclaiming your power. You're remembering who you are. And you're remembering that, oh, I created all this. I did this. It was my consciousness that made sure that I confused myself, that I truly believed that I was separate from everything else, that I truly believed that this world was real and that everything had to happen as it was happening when nothing had to go the way it was going. It could have been different. But because I wanted to convince myself that I was less than who I was, I created all of these constructs to make me believe that I was less than who I am. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Oh, we got to 10K. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Yes. Well, you manifested it, Fresh Air. There you go. See how powerful you are? You manifested it. Your word did not return unto you void. As you said, you already said that earlier. The word that goes forth, it does not return unto you void. And now if you want to have a different experience, you have to start thinking differently. You know? Just, this prompt that I have up here is new for some people. Like, they've never heard someone say that the mind was God, that the Bible is the personification of the mind, that the world is mental, right? Like, that's a new thing for a lot of people, especially if you like grew up in church or you're very active in the church. Like, when the world is, it's like you're in a silo, right? It's like you are so, not not getting any quote unquote secular information, as they would like to call it. And you're kind of just like in your church bubble. But thankfully for these platforms like a YouTube, a TikTok, an Instagram, a Facebook, right? They open up the world to you and allow you to see that there are, a gazillion, infinite other perspectives about this thing we call reality. Yes. Oh, wow. Nice. Nice. Hey, 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 Sheila. How are you? Yeah. And so, say, how do I see reality? Personally, for me, I see reality so much more differently now. I really do. I really just see, like, man, the world is not this evil, decrepit place that you know, my news media was trying to convince me of, that the newspapers are trying to sensationalize, my parents tried to warn me about. Like, when I really sat and thought about my life, and when I go outside my door and I'm in my community and I go to my grocery stores and I go to the gas station and I take vacations, and I don't run into these people that they claim are out there to get me. No one is trying to do anything to me. I really have great experiences. And if anybody was trying to do anything to me, it's because I thought it into being. Because I was so programmed to this fear-based mentality. But thankfully, I'm so thankful that, I wasn't, even though because my stepfather, growing up as a child, every day he'd like to tell us what was going on in the newspaper. All of the horrific things happening in the neighborhood, that this thing happened to that person, this person was doing it, and and I'm just so glad that I didn't allow that to keep me from like really experiencing life. Because my parents, my stepfather, my mother, they kind of just stayed, they didn't really see the world. They didn't really get out. They didn't really have a whole lot. They were very limited in their finances, as well as limited in their thinking and in their mind. And I'm so thankful that I don't have that perspective, and I'm able to give my children a different life than that. Oh, yes, revision. Exactly. I do. Should always repent. That's what the script says, to repent. Repent. For the kingdom of your good is at hand, which means to change the way you think. Change your mind. Karma. No, it's not real. Nothing in this reality is real. There is no debt to pay. Karma is just saying for every action, there's a reaction. That's all karma says. For every action, there's a reaction. And guess what you get to do? Revise the action. You don't have to accept any reaction. You get to change it. You get to say, actually, that didn't happen. Actually, I can revise the day and say it went exactly as I declared it goes. From this point on, I get to rearrange it, rethink again. Oh, hey. Hello, gentlemen. Serious God talking A-Town. What's up? I like that calmer you're doing. Yes, everything is you. It's all you, boo. But the thing is that since it's your doing, you can undo the doing. You could do a new doing, a different doing. You can side differently. So you've been trying to understand that? Well, I'll give you 2 examples where I've actually applied it in my life. I don't know if you've heard this story, Ebony, of us reimagining my husband's ex-wife, as well as me reimagining an argument I had with a cousin. And both situations brought about the desired end that I said it was. So the cousin thing, that's a lot more, that's a quicker story. So we're at my aunt's house. We're all sitting around listening to music. It's children there, and we're listening to some rap music. And so, rap music has certain type of language in it, right? We weren't listening to the radio version of it. And this cousin was like going off about how we shouldn't be listening to this music. The babies are there. Mind you, they have always been listening to this type of music whenever we got together, but for some reason this particular day was the wrong day. Shouldn't have been a day we should have been listening to this type of music, although previous experiences has been that's how it's been. And here's the thing, the kids knew the lyrics, like they knew it backwards and forwards, upside down side, right? And so I respond to it, and so we have words. She's because she's my cousin's wife, so she's like very angry, and she almost like she want to kind of like almost like she want to fight type mentality. So my cousin end up leaving. And so, I'm all caught up in the moment. And then I go home and I'm like, no. That should not have happened. Like, what happened? So first I try to work on it on the outside, right? So first I text my cousin and say, hey, tell your wife, no hard feelings, no big deal or whatever. He's like, oh, that's just how she is. Don't worry about it. Talk to my sister, and she's like, oh yeah, she holds grudges. She'll not even talk to her, her family if they rub her the wrong way. She'll cut her siblings off if they rub her the wrong way. I was like, okay. But that's what they're saying. So I'm gonna go. So every night, and when I thought about it, I would say, well, actually what had happened is that I never said anything when she was saying something about, and I could see myself where I was sitting in my aunt's house, and I kept saying, well, what actually happened is I never said anything. Every time it came to my mind, well, what actually happened is I never said anything. Because if I don't say anything, then we can't have that interaction. It can be a blow up. It can be an argument, right? If I just don't say anything. So I just kept telling myself, I didn't say anything. I kept saying it so much that I had a dream that every year we do a Christmas party, and my friends and family come over. It's a big thing in my house. And so I dream that she comes to my house. However, it was in the dream, it wasn't my house. It was a house. It didn't look like the house that I currently live in, but it looked like a house. But in the dream, I knew it still was my house, right? If you understand what I'm saying. And I let it go. Like I told a couple of my cousins and my sister, like, oh man, I had a dream that, she came to the house. Oh wow, that's crazy. Yeah. So a few months go past, because she wasn't someone I saw regularly or talked to regularly. So I let it go, not even thinking about it. Do you know? So that happened in the disagreement happened in the end of August. Our Christmas party is in December, right? So December comes, the Christmas party comes, and guess who shows up at the party? Yeah, my cousin. And we just looked at each other and we smiled and we hugged, and it was as if it had never ever happened. We never even said anything about it. Never even mentioned it. Fast forward a couple of months, she comes to my daughter's send off. So this is the same school year. So it's April of the next year, but it's the same school year. My daughter's graduating from prom, and she comes to the send off. And she says, hey, y'all, I got these Janet Jackson tickets. She was like, do you want some Janet Jackson tickets? And so in my mind, I'm thinking like, well, I like Janet, but I saw her for free a few years ago when like she was like really, really on and popping, like the Red Velvet tour. I actually got to see that concert for free. And so I'm kind of like not really responding. I'm kind of like, I don't know if I want to pay for any more tickets. And everybody's like, well, she didn't say you had to pay for it. Say, no, girl, I'm going to give it to, I just had these extra tickets. And I was like, oh, okay. And it was in Ohio. And so it ended up being a cousin's trip that we all end up going on. That I got to see Janet Jackson free for the second time. And again, it was like it never, ever happened. Never spoke of it. The only time I speak of it is when I tell you guys about it. That's the only time it's ever talked about. Other than that, it's never brought up. It's not a thing. It's not. And then after that same year, our children, we had children graduating from high school. So they had a son that was graduating from high school, my daughter, a couple of other cousins, and we decided to throw the party at their house. I spent the night over there where we were getting because I was doing event decor then, and so it was just easy for me to spend the night over there. It was just like, and we kind of realized, because we didn't talk a whole lot, we kind of realized we had a lot of things in common and we thought a lot alike. And it's just, it was pretty good. Yep. Hey, I be the she. Welcome. Say lights, camera, action. Yes. He said it's so freaking. Yeah. It's because I changed because I said it never happened. I just said it didn't happen. That's all. I just told myself it did not happen. That was it. I just said it didn't happen. I just kept telling myself I actually never said anything. I actually never said anything. Hello, Jade. Are you there? Yeah, they said she will hold on to grudges and all kind of things. Yeah. And I was just like, no, I'm going to change it. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Because it's because I didn't, because I could have just let it go and just like, oh, it is what it is. No big thing. But I decided to revise. I'm like, oh, okay, we can revise things. We can rewrite the story. We can tell a new story. We can rewrite a new script. Yes, I'm going to do that. But I knew it worked because we did it with my husband's ex-wife, and we did that first. So this was the second time I used revision. We had used the revision previously to that, and that was like the biggest like change because this was affecting the co-parenting of my husband and his ex-wife, and we had to make that be a different experience. So we had to change the way we thought. He had to change the way he thought about her, and I had to change the way I thought about it as well. And so by doing that, it allowed their co-parenting to be in such a great place now. It's such a beautiful place now. Okay, no problem, Jay. You're good. So, and the thing is just showing you that everyone is just reflecting your thoughts about them. And when you change the way you think about them, then they'll change, because it's not you changing them, it's you changing your thoughts, right? You have no power to, you're not trying here to create, like I say, Frankenstein monsters or cloning yourself. You want to appreciate people for who they are, love them for who they are, for how they're showing up in your reality, without the judgment, without the condemnation, without the thinking that you're better than, or they're low vibrational, or they're this, or they're NPCs, or they're energy vampires. It's just like, you're thinking that. So guess what you're doing? You're creating the reality of the thing that you're thinking. Why wouldn't you want people to be in your space, and it's just a wonderful experience that you're just enjoying? Why do people have to believe and agree and see the world as you do for you to get along with people? Like, that's so, like, what? This is not Stepford Wives. We're not all trying to have the same perspective. That's why you're the unique expression of the divine as you are, and I'm the unique expression of the divine as I am. And I don't need you to agree with everything I say in order for us to be able to get along. Like, what? You said you've never heard someone do what, Ebony? I got this. I became aware of this through Neville Goddard, his teachings. He talks about repentance. It's not new. This is not new. Oh, thank you, KF. How are you? And thing is, everyone is experiencing their own truth, right? So if you think that a thing can't be done, guess what? You're right. It's just that simple. Because it's about you proving how powerful you are in any situation. Yes, the pruning shears of revision. Yeah. And you just have to, you could take anything in your life. Here's the thing. It's about stop feasting upon the error and feed upon the truth. You have to, this is what fasting in the script is talking about. Fasting in the script has nothing to do with what you eat or drink. Doesn't matter. It only matters if you think it matters. If you think it's wrong to eat certain foods, then for you, it'll be wrong to eat certain foods. If you think it's wrong to eat, consume certain drinks, then it's wrong for you to consume certain drinks. Okay. However, the script is telling you to feast, the fasting that you're supposed to fast from, the things that you're supposed to fast from, is the error. The error that tells you you're unworthy, you're undeserving, that you're powerless, that you're a sinner from the beginning, that you're in need of a savior, that you're less than because of the color of skin you were born with, that you're less than because you don't have a certain type of degree in from some, academic institution, because you don't have a certain skill set, because you don't know the right people, because your bank account isn't large enough. That is the error. All those constructs, all of those societal constructs that tell you that because of you don't meet this standard from a societal standpoint, then you're not worthy, or you're not deserving, or how dare you think that you can be in the room with other intellectuals, or you can have a certain type of career, or and be privy to certain information, or do certain things. Sure. You come on up, Kev. Hey, Elizabeth. You said this is new. You've never heard about revision? Yes, you can look up Neville Goddard on YouTube, like the 0120 said, and you could just type in Neville Goddard, the what was it? The pruning shears of revision. Yep. Oh, you taught about karma? Okay. Yeah. Hey, Latatsik. Welcome, welcome.
Mm.
Hello, Kev.
Hello, my beautiful sister.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm great. How are you? I'm well,
Oh, I'm doing awesome as always.
as always.
Yes, yes, yes.
This happened probably about, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 months ago. I was at the barber shop getting my hair cut, and there were these two gentlemen um, sitting in empty chairs of the barber's chair, and they were going back and forth. And it wasn't really anybody in there getting a haircut, except for the guy cutting my hair. And these two guys were going back and forth and about money. One believed from the philosophy that the love of money is the root of all evil, and the other one was saying that money is like a woman that he makes and goes work for him.
Mm.
She brings him. She brings him this and that, and a lot of his property and prosperity, real estate that he owns. She goes out and gets him money and brings it back to him. Topic, and I was just listening to him. I didn't interject myself into the conversation. The other barbers were laughing because they saw the exchange as very funny or humorous. And these guys were really going back and forth, bubbling almost to a point of an argument. And but it didn't get that heated, but it was moving in that direction. And when I got my hair cut finished, I paid the barber and I walked outside, and because I had called the Uber to come get me, and the two gentlemen who were going back and forth over the topic came outside to me to talk to me to settle their discussion. Now, I didn't know either one of these guys, and neither one of these guys knew me. And I was like, well, how did I get to be, the referee or the deciding vote, because, and they wanted to know who that I thought was right. I said, well, honestly, if you want to hear the truth, I said, you're both are right. And they looked at me because they wanted me to pick sides. I said, it's as you believe, is the reality you create. So the reality who thinks that the love of money is the root of all evil, that's the reality you're creating. And the one that says money is the lady that goes out and get him what he wants and money, and she's so faithful and so good to you, that's your reality. You're both right. So I say that to say or express how powerful we really are. That everything that's happening around us on the outside is us talking to us, to ourselves. That's how powerful we are.
Yes.
So I was just kind of co-signing what you were saying
Say no one is wrong, everyone is right in their own eyes.
in their own eyes.
And that's the part that most people say, well, what you mean truth is
Mm.
relative? It is relative. I mean, I know we try to differentiate between truths and what's true, and as far as that the world is mental, all is mind, there's only consciousness or awareness, right? There's only one power, and that power is in each and every being on this plane. and you get to choose how you're going to utilize that power. Like those things are fixed. Like the law of life is the law of belief, and that law doesn't work for one person, then doesn't work for the other person. It's a universal truth, and some people, again, I know a lot of people don't like the word believe. You need to know, but here's what I say about the believe and the knowing. You only know a thing through experience. Until you experience it, it's just a theory. Until you know it for yourself. You can say but if you haven't experienced it, whether you've experienced it spiritually or experienced it mentally or experienced it physically, you don't know a thing until you experience it. So you could tell me you have to accept a thing and then apply it, and then because a belief just means to accept the thing is true. So you have to accept that it's true. That's where faith comes in. That's why a lot of people don't like faith, because they say, well, faith is, because they think faith is about believing in someone else, when faith is about believing in yourself. It's not about believing in what your pastor said or what the government told you or what your parents said or even what I say. It's what you're saying about you. That's what you have to accept as true without having any evidence to support it. That's what faith is. And a lot of people think that it's, I don't know what you think faith is. Like I said, you don't need faith for things you can see. You need faith for things you cannot see. I don't need to have faith in you telling me that my dishes are dirty. Guess what? I can go see for myself if my dishes are dirty. If there's a big old, sink full of dirty dishes, or if the floor is dirty, or if I need to do laundry, it does not require faith to do that.
Actually, if you can see it, that's how you know you're not using faith.
Because the definition of faith is being not able to see it, no evidence.
Exactly.
And that's why I said that faith is literally your word, because you cannot see your word. You can't see your word. You see the evidence of your word after what? It manifests. But right now, I'm speaking words to you. I'm telling you this works, this works. Well, you're going to say, I don't see that. I don't see how that can happen. I've never heard, like someone was saying, Ebony was saying, this is new to me. I've never heard of this. I never heard anyone do this. So to her, I'm just speaking words. And she's not going to know it until she actually applies it and see, you can take a situation and remember it differently. And then you'll get proof in your reality to show you that it shows up differently.
That's because our natural mind is not able to comprehend how powerful we really are. It doesn't have the capability to do that. It can only think linear in a limited, quantifiable state. It doesn't have the ability to understand the things of God, which is us. It confounds the mind. The mind's like, that doesn't even make any sense.
Yep.
Not to the mind.
Yep. Yep. That's why the script says that God takes the foolishness things of the world to confound the wise.
Exactly.
The thing that you think is illogical, that's the thing.
Exactly. Exactly.
And people are like, hold up, that's not how it goes. Like if somebody telling you, in business, you're supposed to do these type of things, you're supposed to do this, that, and the other. Like Grandpa was telling us the other day when he was talking about how he started his business, right?
Yep.
Now, most people would have told you, because I know my mind didn't go to, you just going to sell a few items, like you only going to sell collard greens, then you only going to sell collard greens and cigarettes, and then you only going to eat bread. Like, right? Because if you tell yourself you got a convenience store and you're starting a store, you're going to find a way to have everything, all those shelves filled before you start selling anything. And he did what was his mind was telling him to do, right? And he went to this convention, and they told him, wherever you want to go to the next level, you got to do the way we do it. And it quenched his spirit.
Yep, that's where he messed up. Yep. listen to outside forces.
Yeah, you know what's funny? So I was telling you guys about Jermaine Dupri, right? He was talking about
Hmm.
how he started his producing career and you know his
Hmm.
music career, right? So he was on this. My daughter came to me and she showed me this snippet of an interview he was doing talking about when he was on this yacht and he had this nice little boat. He had this boat. It was a nice size or whatever. And he had all the girls on there and everybody up, all the women on there with their tops off and flashing or whatever. And he said that the man that owned the rights to his music and his boat was right across the way. His boat was like 3 times the size of Jermaine's, right? He tells him, you don't try to get that type of boat because his boat had his family on it. It's all calm and peaceful. He told him that's not what you go for. You don't go for that. That's wrong. You don't try to get that. You want to keep this type of energy. This is where you want to be. He said Quincy Jones told him that. All these people, we like, they told you to keep the party boat? Like, not to wanna, which here's my thing. If you never want to get married, okay. If you just want to live it up the rest of your life. But this person and Bill got a family, like somebody said, had made the point of saying this person owns the right to your music, has a boat 3 times the size of yours, has a family and a wife and children who he can pass his legacy down to, and he telling you not to do that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah, I can definitely identify with that story. I've been there.
Really?
I had some people tell me that I'm too arrogant. I'm not going to amount to anything. Um, I think more of myself than I ought to. I mean, these were perfect haters that I had conjured up in my mind to discourage myself from being myself.
Mm.
That's where they came from, because
Yep.
nobody saw that but me.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
whether whether I understood it or not doesn't take away from the fact that it's the truth.
Yep. Yep.
It just means I didn't understand the truth,
Yep. Yep.
and it comes from people that it can come from people that you respect the most.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Trying to downplay who you
Right,
are,
trying
right?
to downplay you.
Because it's really you downplaying you, right? You think that you
Exactly.
could have it all, right? That I can have this business,
Mm.
that I can have the business go even further, and I can still have that with a family.
Right. But that book that we on, I don't know if you
Oh
promoted
my
it.
goodness. Yeah. It was so interesting. Kevin, I was talking about that earlier where I'm
Mm.
like, this is probably like my third or fourth time reading it. Probably
Me
my fourth
too.
or fifth time reading it. And so I was thinking
Mm-hmm.
like, well, the first time I read it, it was more like a planting of the seed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then like maybe the second or third time it was the sunshine. And I'm like, now it's finally like it's
Mm-hmm.
taking root and it's about to
Mm-hmm.
bloom and flower, right? Because it's like I didn't quite like it resonated, but didn't quite all the way resonate, right? And it's like I'm like I heard this, but like now I'm
Mm.
listening. Like now I'm really like I listened to it, but now I'm really
Yep.
hearing what it's saying, and it's like, man, yeah, it's time to lean all the way into
I,
this.
I share with you a truth about this because I understand that um, your spirit never sleeps. It never slumbers or sleep. It's always listening. It's always taking in. So I play the book while I'm asleep.
Mm.
And it just, and the dream that I have is about the book, in the book, me in the book, acting out the things in the book.
Wow.
And you talk
Right.
about something powerful.
Yeah. Man, because I'm like the
Mm.
whole appreciation thing. Like, yes,
Mhm.
I'm
That
like
right there,
just
that right
being
there.
so much more aware of that appreciation. Because
Mm.
I know people talk about gratitude. I like the word appreciation more. And it's funny. Before
Mm.
we started reading that book, I was saying I'm missing something. I'm missing something. And I saw a video about someone describing gratitude and how that was used. We use that to manipulate ourselves to thinking we should just settle for the little bit,
Mm-hmm.
for the crumbs.
Mm-hmm.
Where
Yep.
appreciation adds value and shows worth, and it expands upon itself, right? Well, gratitude is, again, there's nothing wrong with being thankful, but it's almost like a humility type thing.
Yep. Yep.
Whereas appreciation isn't about humility at all. It's about knowing your worth and walking in that and
Yep.
owning that purpose.
Yep. Owning it. Yep.
Yep. Yep. And how the world tells you should not think this great of yourself. You're not supposed to be this confident. You're not supposed to put that in the hole. Who told you you was all you're like you better humble, you better remember who you are, because what God gives you, he'll take it away. That whole mentality.
Exactly. Oh my
Oh
God.
yes. And
You
I'm
are
like,
preaching, Toyia. I swear, I hear that. I've heard that more in church from church people from Christianity than I've heard from anybody else. I don't even get people who are atheists saying that to me.
it's a religious concept because it's so double-minded. It's about keeping you stuck and
Mm-hmm.
always in that limbo state, always in that wondering state,
Right.
not that knowing state.
Right.
Yep. Yep.
Like I have a cousin, a first cousin. I know you were mentioning the relationship between your cousin, and he lives out in Phoenix, Arizona, in a private gated community, and he's a big shop lawyer making millions of dollars, doing partner in a law firm, just ranked number seventh in the world,
Wow, nice. Beautiful.
and him and I always have these spirited conversations. And he thinks I'm one of the most intelligent people that he know, and I say that about him because he's like super super sharp. And well, his dad, my uncle, also he has his degree from Harvard, business degree from Harvard, and well, he's atheist,
Okay.
and so in the family that the majority is Christian and hold the Christian beliefs and dogma type of foundation, you know, they kind of look at him not favorably because he doesn't believe the way they believe.
Right.
Now him and I have had this discussion. He does believe in God. He just doesn't believe in that Christian God.
Right. Like that Christian God limits you too much. I don't know.
Exactly.
God give it, he take it away anytime he get ready. I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time for all these trials and tribulations and devils and demons and Satan's on my. Who got? I ain't got time for that.
Exactly.
Y'all
Now
get to talking with that. Y'all got it.
I think it's marvelous how they're quick to criticize him because of his belief. Be also quick to come to him when they need money.
Of course. Of course. They you know what they thinking, Kev?
What's that?
The wealth of the wicked is laid up for the
Yeah.
righteous. But
That's
I'm
scripture right there. That's scripture right there.
I'm gonna bring Ebony into the mix.
That's hilarious. That is
Y'all
hilariously
think
true.
that's how they think?
That is
I know
hilariously
that's what they
true.
think. Hello, Ebony.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Matter of fact, how's everyone on the panel doing?
Yes. I'm sure everyone's
Um,
amazing.
Wonderful.
Doing
Wonderful.
well,
Amazing.
thank you.
so this is why I like listening to your live because it always gets my mind to think about things. So when I was talking about like karma earlier, this is something that's been taught to me. Like even growing up, like whoever do something to you, you return the same energy back, like those things like that. And so when you had gave the example of like a religion, I'm like I've never heard anyone say anything like that because I was always taught like you do the things that people have done to you. So that's why I was like a little bit confused because I'm like you're like the first person to ever even say something like that because I've always been taught that even religion teaches it too, like if somebody do something to you, you return the energy. So I was like, okay, that's why I was asking like for an explanation on how to even apply that into my every day.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
It's
that's
also
why I
in the
talk about
Emerald Tablet.
religion, because they don't follow the script. The script says, "Do not render evil for evil." That's the script. That means that if someone does evil to you, and you turn around and do the nice thing, you heap hot coals of fire upon their head. So I don't know where they get this whole eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Yes, that was the Old Testament, but I thought Christianity is supposed to, the whole purpose of Christianity is to teach the New Testament. It's to operate from the new state of mind, which says, you turn the other cheek, which is to give a different opinion. It has nothing to do with allowing someone to physically abuse you, as Martin Luther King Jr. tried to tell people. No, dude, you ain't supposed to be sitting up there letting people, whatever. That's on the story. But, when you take this Bible literally, boy, it'll mess some folks up. But it does tell you don't render evil for evil.
Yeah, that is true. So like, okay, so how do you get to that point to like do things like the revision part? Like how do you do that? Like that's where I'm like like lost. Like how do you? That's what I'm like. What?
Okay, so I'll give you
Like how do you even?
I'll give you the other story with the ex-wife. So, I met my husband when their daughter was 3, and we dated for a year and we got married after a year. And so when we come into this, so that's 2000. I met him in December 2013. We got married in January of 2015, and so 2018 is when we come into this knowledge. So at that time, she's about 6 or 7, somewhere in there, 6, 8, do the math, whatever. And so she's about 8 or 9, I guess, when we come into the knowledge of that the mind creates reality. And so I'm listening to Neville Goddard, and he's talking about revision. And I'm also listening to Abraham Hicks too. I like to say Esther Hicks. I don't like to say Abraham Hicks anymore because I'm like, whatever. So I'm like, we don't want to keep having the same experience till this girl turns 18 years old. This girl is like, 8 years old, and we're going to have to do this another 10 years? Oh, no, because it was police being called on vacations. It was police being called coming to our house. It was they had to meet up at the police station to do the exchange when it was her turn to have not her turn, because he was only getting weekends at the time. So whenever it's his turn to have time with his daughter, they had to meet at the police station. They could not communicate on the telephone. That's just how, tumultuous their relationship was. So they had a court-appointed app that they had to communicate through. It was back and forth to court. So the lawyers' bills are running up. It's just the same thing. Like every 3 or 4 months, it was just always something. It was always something. And I was like, okay, this is about a new me, a new version, the power of the mind. I'm like, okay, so I'm just and because she also had took me to court saying that I was quote unquote Facebook stalking her. I was like, what is how come doggone Facebook stalking her? But it wasn't even that, like, my friends knew about it, because of course you're talking about the situation. So you're telling I'm telling my coworkers, I'm telling my friends, and so on, because that's what you do when you have problems. You just talk about it, right? And so someone had told me about her on Facebook and the stuff that she was saying. So they sent me the things, because I wasn't a big Facebook user at that time. I think I had like got rid of my Facebook at the time, and I think they probably sent it to my husband's Facebook page or whatever, because I wasn't really big into social media at that time. And so she told the court that that's what I was doing. I'm like, is that even a thing? But anyway, it got thrown out. Okay, it got thrown out. But so I was like, what are we gonna do about this? I know what I'll do. I'll think of her the way I would want to be thought of. So every time I thought of her, I'm like, okay, well, she has her own business. She owns a restaurant. And I said, okay, so her restaurant is prospering in all that it does. She's making as much money as she possibly can make. I said she's an amazing mother because she loves her daughter just as much as we do, Of course, more than I would, because that's her child, right? I'm the bonus mom. So I'm just like, she's an amazing mother. She's doing the best that she can, the best that she knows how to do. And she's a great parent, and every time she came to my mind, that's how I thought of her. I don't care when she came to my mind. If I'm thinking about her when I'm showering, or if I'm thinking about her any other time, whenever she crossed my mind, and those old thoughts about how she was wanted to come into my mind, I'll say, nope, she's this type of person. She has an amazing, business is flourishing and everything, and she's an amazing mother. And I'm thinking of her the way I would want to be thought of. I have a business. I want people to wish it well. I want people to say that it's flourishing, that it's doing amazing. That's how I want people to think of me, because she is me. She's me pushed out. I have to own that. Yes, I flamed the fire when it came to that situation. I talked about it. I was like, you need to stand your ground. You need to do it. So I instigated some things, and that I had to take full ownership of my part that I played and not, resolving that situation, not being the person that was trying to like bring the temp down. I was raising the temp up. And so once I decided to cool off the temperature and change my mind, I don't know what my husband was doing. I know he said that he changed the ringtone he had associated with her, because the ringtone was something that made him go, like lit him up. So he had to change that. He told me some other things, but I can't remember what he said. And so once we started doing that, I told him, okay, wish her happy Mother's Day on Mother's Day. Start, showing her that, you don't see her in that light anymore. So he started doing that, wishing her happy birthday and everything like that. And then I don't know how long it took, but like in a couple of months, they would, our daughter would have dancing classes. And so they would meet up at the dancing, because I completely withdrew and made myself like Casper, the friendly ghost. She ain't seeing me no more. I ain't there. I'm not trying to be in the middle. I'm completely out of the picture now. I'm not a part of what they got going on. So he goes, and she comes to him and says, you know what? She had a couple of deaths in her family. And she was saying, asking him about, talking to him about, the different things that she's done to ensure that their daughter, if something happened to them, that she would get the money, because people were fighting over money with people, passing in her family or whatever. She wants to make sure that their daughter was good. So she told him, let's get rid of the lawyers, and I'm going to make you beneficiary of my estate. He didn't come to her. She came to him. And he was flabbergasted. He was like, what? Because she insisted that they get rid of the lawyers, when she was the reason when they even had the lawyers. But whatever he did and whatever I did, and again, like I tell people, when you're doing something, when you know that a thing that you're doing is what is meant to be happen, time doesn't factor in. You don't care how long it takes. You just keep doing the thing, because you know that the thing you're doing is the right thing, and you should bear fruit from that doing. Exactly. I changed. I changed. See, that's the key element. We're not trying to change people. We're changing us. We're changing our thoughts. We're not here to save nobody, to change anyone. We're only here to save ourselves and change ourselves.
So because you change your mindset about her and the situation is why it changed for the better.
Yep.
Is that?
Yep.
Okay. What? Why that sound like so simple?
It is.
Sounds
that's what I try to say over and over again, right? It is so simple. We just make it difficult. It can all be so simple, baby. But you'd rather make it hard. Loving you is like a battle, and we both end up with scars. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Your mind is not a battlefield. It's a beautiful garden. Plant the seeds that you want to see bloom.
Because at one point I was the type of person to think positive about everything, but then I stopped, because I feel like that maybe that's a bit delusional to think positive about every single thing, and to know like all things are going to happen turn out good. So I kind of like stopped that, no lie, because I thought it was a bit delusional, a bit crazy to do.
Nope, you crazy if you don't do it.
Okay, so I'm not wrong for thinking the best of situations, even if it seems like bizarre and crazy. So I'm not crazy for thinking like that, for
Nope,
thinking positive.
nope. Because
What?
it's not about thinking positive. It's about speaking the truth. So you got to get positive and negative out of the equation. It's not wrong or right. It's not good or bad. It's not positive or negative. It's the truth. The truth is everyone is God. Some people know it and some people don't. That's the truth. Everyone is
Okay.
you pushed out. That's the truth. The truth is they're just projections and reflections of your assumptions about life.
Okay. Yeah.
If I
Yes.
disagree with that, then
All
does
right,
it still
go
be
ahead.
truth? How you doing, host? What if I disagree with that? Will it still be truth?
For you,
Well, now I'm double confused. When you say truth, are you saying facts or are you saying one's truth?
I'm saying whatever you believe, whatever you
So you're
accept.
saying one's, so now you don't speak for understanding. You're saying one's truth or
Yes.
one person's truth? Okay.
Yes. Hey, Keisha.
Hey, I just wanted to, man, when you just talked about how you changed how you saw her and you were like, everyone is you pushed out. So it's like, man, you like wishing blessings on your own self.
Yup. That's it.
I
That's
was
it.
like, oh my God, that's so like, whoa, and
That's
everyone
how
is
you
you
have to
pushed
look
out.
at it.
Right.
She
It's like,
doesn't
well, she's
exist.
me. She's you.
Yeah.
So
Yup.
girl, I was like, ooh, light bulb, like boom. Oh my goodness. That just was like so profound. So yeah, I just wanted to like chime in on that because I was like, damn, that was good.
That's it. And that's why we were talking about the book Busting Loose from the Money Game and how because he's not coming from a biblical perspective, but you can tell like the teachings still are on par with Neville Goddard and Dr. Joseph Murphy and Esther Hicks, right? Like you can tell it's all the same thing. I just like how he's exemplifying the fact that you as consciousness created every scenario to convince yourself that you were limited. And so with that same consciousness, you're going to remember that you're unlimited.
The flesh is limited, the mind is unlimited. So he has to be careful how he's preaching that.
Why be careful for what? What are we being careful? Be
Because
careful for nothing, but in all things, in prayer and supplication, make your requests known unto God.
because with the wrong information it could cause chaos. So you wanna if you wanna, speak the
Chaos for
information
who? Chaos for whom?
for I guess the individual that doesn't understand the way he's preaching it. Because you want to preach it where it's understandable or it'll cause chaos to the ones that don't understand.
But for those who don't understand it, it won't resonate and they won't even apply it. So it won't even matter.
It always matters.
Nope. It won't matter. Because if you don't understand it, are you going to do something that you don't understand? What I'm saying, this doesn't resonate with you. You're not going to go, let me see if it works.
But
Unless you're curious. Are you curious?
right. So even though I don't understand, I still could be curious to understand. Exactly.
Yeah, and there's nothing. And here's what I'm telling you: the only way something is going to be chaotic is that you're saying it's going to be chaotic. So guess what? It will be chaotic for you.
No, because I acknowledge chaos. So even though the experience is the experience, I don't put my emotion on the experience. It is what it is.
Actually, you just said that it would be chaotic. So actually, you are putting your emotion on it because you just said someone who
No,
doesn't
the
understand it will be
the
chaotic for
experience.
them. So you are causing it.
No,
No, that's biblical.
no. Things
No, let's
things
pause.
are born.
Pause. Pause. Pause.
Things are born of
Different.
things are born of
Different.
chaos. Yes,
Pause.
can I finish before you
I'm the
do that,
mod.
sir?
Let's pause. We're
I
going
know,
out
but
of order.
can you let me finish? Thank
No,
you.
we're
No?
going out of order. Let's regroup. Everybody put their stuff on mute, please.
Everybody humble themselves and let's praise Jesus. In Jesus' name we
Put
pray. Amen.
yourself on mute, please. Okay. All right. I just wanted to bring us back. I don't know if Keisha was done finishing what she was saying or not.
I think she was.
Okay.
I
I
think
just
she
want to
was.
double check. I was done. I just wanted to chime in on that. Okay, now different. You can go.
Just saying that the chaos does exist. There's things that's born of chaos, of the negative.
Okay. And then what?
Want to be of the negative. Like we negative is a part of us, but what we want to do is head towards the positive because positive creates, negative destroys, it takes away. So if we keep leaning on the negative, we won't have anything to create. It'll be all destroyed. But the balance is necessary. So we lean to the positives just to lean back to the negative, and this is the cycle.
Interesting. So who's leaning to the negative?
I'll be leaning to the
I'm
negative
just
to
saying. So what in this scenario was
wait.
negative?
Which question you asking me? Because now I'm confused.
Because you're talking about negativity and
Right,
chaos.
right.
How is what I was saying about thinking the best of a situation being negative and being chaotic? Like,
I
what part of that message is wrong for you?
that wasn't what I was addressing. What I was addressing was that the guy was speaking as if we shouldn't indulge in the negative as well to have balance. It's like the way he was speaking was all positive, and we have to have balance. So we have to know how to balance the two, the duality of things. I wasn't really addressing what you said, but more what he was saying.
What was he saying? I missed.
Well, you was telling me what he was saying. I didn't listen to the guy. You was telling me what he was saying, and I was responding to what you were telling me that he said.
Oh, okay. About everyone as you pushed out. Is that what you're talking about? When I said that, because what I was saying was saying that, oh, because I said we don't want to talk about a wrong or right, a good or bad, a positive or negative. That we only want to speak truth, is what I said. Not the error, but the truth. Because the truth is, life is whatever you say it is. It will be for you. So this is what I know to be true about the script that is referenced as the Bible. You have the Old Testament, which represents the old body and mind. That's what testament is, body, mind. And then you have the New Testament, new body and mind. So see, the Old Testament only operated from what you're talking about, that dual mindset, the world of duality. However, that Jesus Christ person in the Gospels, oh, he only dealt with oneness. He didn't see a dual nature, which is why the story tells you that he was able to speak life into any situation because he could not see anything but life. Because what did he say? For I am the truth, the way, and the life. I am the resurrection. And that's how we're supposed to operate. To eat off the tree of life, not off the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Because the knowledge of good and evil is what brings chaos. That allows you to have a chaotic world. That you never can really operate from the oneness. You're always going to see your world as separate from you, others as less than you, and you're always going to judge people from that state of, oh, you're wrong, or you're evil, or you're negative, as opposed to judging people as they are, God incarnate. Everybody's God, playing a role, playing a part.
Kind of thought that at one point until I realized that I wasn't in control. You know, I realized I could manipulate things, but in all essence, God's in control. So, you know, I'm a
Wait,
part of
hold
that.
on, hold on. Let's stay there. What you mean manipulate? Because I'm not telling anyone to manipulate anyone. So when you say that you want it, where you manipulate, trying to manipulate others, was you using this knowledge as a way to control others' behaviors?
At no point did I say others. I said in
That's
control.
why. That's what I'm asking.
I was talking about life, in control of life, no matter what situation. I'm not in control, period. God's in control. So I could only manipulate what God has ordained already. I could only make a choice. And even within that choosing, it might be already ordained for me to make that. And the subconscious kind of does that to us every day. But through my path that was long and narrow, I realized that in all ultimate, I'm not in control. I'm a part of God, you know, like Jesus once said, I'm the son of God, you know, and if I'm not the son of my father, that means I have these capabilities and these powers, but I am not God himself or itself, you know. So I had to look at life in a way where I was like, okay, let's say God is the CEO and I work for God, and we all work for God, and that's our purpose. You know, even the janitor has a purpose. Even though he's the lowest of the levels of the corporation, he's just as important as the CEO. It all makes sense. So, but then you have your independent contractors, you know, that shake hands, the ones that have their free will because they understand the relationship between them and God. You know, some don't and try to become God and say they're gods, and they lose the path and the understanding of the purpose of their existence. But you know, it gets deep. But that's how I try to look at things.
I guess. So what is losing your way or getting off the beaten path? What does that look like? And what does that mean?
Most likely it's chaotic. You don't know. You're frustrated. Most people say, you know, I'm tired of this. You know, of course, because you're stuck on that, and you get tired of the path that you're on. You want something new. You want something exciting. So you get tired. You get frustrated. You know, it's a level of insanity where you're just doing the same thing and expecting different results, and you don't know which way to turn. It's very chaotic. You
But
know, it's
what
very, you know,
causes this chaotic or frustration?
it's different for different people, but mainly emotions. Mainly it'd be emotions that causes that triggers it.
And you saying this is caused because you're saying that you are God incarnate? I'm trying to understand. Like I still, I'm confused. So that's why I'm asking the questions, because I'm confused at what you're saying. So are you saying that you once thought that you were God until it got too hot, and then you realized that you couldn't control everything? Like you were trying to tell the I am, the limited version of you, which is your reasoning mind, you were trying to tell your higher you how to do a thing, and then you got frustrated when the thing that you wanted done didn't happen the way you thought it should.
Um, it was several things, a combination of things. Like, you know, you speak things into existence. You know, I was on a path where I was like, you know, everybody say God is love, but yet they put love last. That's weird for me. If God is love, we should put love first. I was on a path talking. For me, kind of reckless, but at the time, it was like y'all not worthy. So for me, it was like we should all want to unalive for love because God is love. So we should live that kind of life. We should stand that kind of life. When it comes to love, we should bear bravery in that sense. So I guess me talking all of that,
Mhm.
I got that situation where it was now time for me to unalive for love. And would I do it? And it wasn't even would I do it.
Mhm.
It happened. And now what are you gonna do about it? Was made me realize, oh, I'm not in control because I'm running my mouth and now here I am leaking. And do I say, God, what are you doing? I was doing this for righteousness and I'm unaliving. This doesn't make, yes, it does. What are you going to do now? And I was like, oh, you haven't forsaken me. No, it hasn't. I've been talking that reckless talk about I would unalive for love. Now you're unaliving for love. Do you get up or do you be bitter about it? I said, okay, I get the message. I see. And I said, you always talk to me, universe. I just need to listen. Because I think I'm in control all the time. I think I'm that dude. When really, okay, keep asking what you asking for. And when I give it to you, we're going to see how you respond to it. Because everybody thinks I come in blessings. I kind of do, but it's in the weirdest blessing. And you will turn. Most people turn. Like even my son, Jesus said, Lord, why have you forsaken me? No, that was your purpose, boy, to get crucified. You were a whole message from the day you was born. But you thought you was in control at one time. Talk about drink of your blood and eat of your flesh. It was never you. You never did miracles. I did miracles through you, my son. But we all get lost. We get into our egos and start to think that we're that. Yeah, I'm doing this. You're not doing a damn thing. But that's my story.
I understand what you're saying. Now I understand what you're saying. So to me, that comes from the religious mindset of thinking that we are here to save folks and that we're here to. So here's the thing: when you become a savior of the world, you believe that you have to experience martyrdom, which is now you have to die for someone else. Nope, that's not what the script is saying, telling you. It's telling you to die to yourself, not for others. We don't need saviors. We're not Captain America. We're not Superman. We're not Batman. We're not part of the Marvel comic book, DC Comics. No. Didn't come here to save the world, to make the world right. Ain't nothing wrong with the world because God, source, awareness is all that I created is good. Who are you to call what I've created unworthy or filthy? I created all things out of myself. I am infinite expressions of myself. But here you go thinking that you can make somebody know this, that you can make somebody change their mind about who they are and what they know themselves to be. This truth does not come through convincing, through converting, through proselytizing. It comes through revelation. And once we realize that ain't nothing wrong with the world, we'll stop trying to fix it and decide to create our heaven here and now, because that's the purpose. So when I say we're God, because we all are God incarnate, I'm just talking about the personality. As you stated, and I loved what you brought forth, that Jesus never claimed to do a damn thing. Never. I said, it's your faith that makes you whole. It's the I am that, it was the Christ working through Jesus that was causing the things to take place. And so we over here never say that the personality, the reasoning mind, what people like to call the ego, is ever doing anything. We never claim that. We say it's the I am is doing all things. And the ways of the I am are unknown to the reasoning mind. So we're in agreement with that yes, the ultimate power, the one source, the one mind, the one cause is doing it all through us, as us, has become us, and is living this life as us.
I was having a discussion, and the person said, how can we be something we don't understand? And I thought about God. Like, how can we be God if we don't even understand what God is? That is a fascinating thought. Fascinating. When it hit me, it was so fast. Like, facts. I don't even understand what it is to be it. Woo!
To know thyself is an infinite unfoldment. Are you going to know all in this moment? All things are possible. Is it necessary to know all in this moment? Nope. But here a little, there a little, from glory to glory to glory. You're on that stairway to heaven. You're on that Jacob's ladder, ascending and descending, going up that ladder of knowing, of remembering. That's the whole purpose of this journey, is a journey back to self, to remembering who you are, not to try to convince and convert others to know who they are. Everyone is on their own path. And I think that's like you say, the chaos, that's the error in thinking that your God is thinking that you can come and be an authority over another, when you were to just show another what love looks like. You are just to be the example of the light.
And I love that you're saying that. This is why I said there are no teachers. A lot argue with me with that. And I'm like, no, because you teach self. I could only show you to the door. You have to walk through it. You must drink of the well. I am no teacher.
Yep, I say the same thing. That's what I say. I don't teach, I share. I share my truth, and others are expressing their truths. Exactly. The only teacher is the I am, the source within. That's who reveals all truth to you. But it is an unfoldment. It is from glory to glory. Yep, I appreciate you, different. I like that. I'm different, yo. I'm different. Pull up. However that song go. I appreciate you. Hello, Anna.
Hey everybody, happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
I just wanted you to kind of go back to what you were saying about how does that look like when I, I've had some situations like basically like around people that I'm learning to like try not to stay out of this world of like politics, and then so like when you're around certain people, they're basically like, well, you don't care anymore. Everything's going, the world's going to shit. Everything's on fire. It's a dumpster fire, and you're just going along and you don't care anymore. Uh, I don't know what. Um, have you experienced that?
No, because my world
No.
is going to shit. I don't know what they're talking about. No.
Exactly.
My world isn't. No, I don't have those conversations.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I guess um, I'm trying to get out of that, like kind of disassociate from that type of mentality. Like I quit watching politics and things going on and the news, period, probably about 6 months ago. So
Okay.
sometimes I'm not up on what's going on in the world because I don't watch politics.
Well, let me say it like this. Awareness is almost the key to everything, to be aware, you know, even so much so that mindfulness is the next step to awareness. You got to be mindful of your awareness. So all knowledge is good knowledge. It's what you put your attention
on. Yes, the world's very chaotic. It's destructive. I could tell you a lot of negative things that I've seen. But what are you focusing on? What is you're putting your attention on? Because I could show you a lot of beautiful things as well.
Yep.
Well,
That's
I'm focusing on myself. My focus right now is myself. My focus,
so I guess the question is why does it bother you that people tell you that, oh, you just don't care anymore and the world is just falling apart all around you? Because my response will be, no, your world is falling apart all around you. My world is beautiful. We don't live in the same world. I don't live in your world. I live in mine. And in my world, it's an amazing place. It's
right,
harmonious, it's loving, it's kind, it's generous. It's a beautiful place to be. I say you create that reality for yourself. I say you create your world in which you would like to see. But most people, because they're on their own path and God asleep in them, is seeing life through their eyes for this moment and still wants to operate from the dual mindset. And that's okay.
right.
Because eventually, if it's not this incarnation, it may be the next.
Because I noticed like people, that was a situation that happened to me Thursday. I I go to a group at 7 o'clock on Thursdays, and it's with another girlfriend, and it's called like Wisdom Seekers. But then they always go to politics, and it's like I don't want to talk about all that because it to me, whatever side, it's just chaos, and it's just I do what I do, when I vote. I've been voting since I was 18. So it's not like I I don't do what I do, what I'm supposed to do or whatever. But I just don't want to talk about all the chaos in the world, and it's hard for them to understand that. They think like I'm aloof or like I can't, like what, so that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I get it. What do you mean that something you do what you're supposed to do? What does that mean?
Uh, Meaning that to me, I've always voted since I was 18 years old because I felt my belief system is you should vote. You should vote. If you have the opportunity to vote. That's something that I do. But
I think that's why you're still so involved with
mhm,
politics, because how are you voting unless you know their stance on different topics?
sure,
So,
right.
so you're saying you haven't watched it, but you're still involved in it because you're still going to vote, unless you're just voting because you like the name. I'm assuming that you're voting because either you are affiliated with one side or another, or you like whoever has expounded their perspective regarding a particular topic that you feel is near and dear to your heart.
Yes.
Difference with you and I is that I'm not saying that what you're doing is wrong, so don't take this as I'm saying you need to change anything. I'm just
Mhm.
telling you that I don't look at the government as doing anything other than to benefit me. So it really
Right.
doesn't matter who's in office or who's not in office, what the Democrats say or what the Republicans say or what the Independent says, you right? Because right wing, left wing, they're both the same bird. It's
Yes,
bad
and
cop,
that's
it's good cop, bad cop.
yes.
Somebody is it's a role, it's a game. And so
Yes.
I know it's a game. So why am I going to, other than for entertainment purposes, why am I being bothered with it? Like I've only voted once in my life, and that was when
Mhm.
Hillary Clinton. I didn't even vote for Barack Obama. I only
Right.
voted for Hillary Clinton, and because I was heavy into politics, just watching it though. I just like
Right.
when I because I was curious about Barack Obama. That's what led me into watching politics, and I was
Mhm.
consuming it for like his whole time in office from 2008 till about 2018, which is when I started my spiritual awakening. But when I might have let it go a little after that, because when did Bernie Sanders ran in 2016, right? Yeah, he ran in
Yeah.
2016, and so did Hillary, and so did Trump, and Trump won, right? Okay, so I was heavily into Bernie because I'm like, why doesn't America see that what is possible for her? It was so limiting in that he's like, look, you're already paying into healthcare. You're actually being hit on every side. You're being hit on your on from your job. You're being hit with the co-pays. You're being hit with the premiums. You already are paying for this. I'm telling you, pay it up front so then it can be less. Let's be like the rest of the world, like Europe, like Canada, like let's get on the side of the UK. And you keep complaining about the debt, but you don't want to do anything different. So that was my big thing with. I was like, so once America couldn't see what he was saying, trying to pull them into the 21st century thinking about healthcare in America, I was like, then when
But
I started my awakening journey, I let all that go because I'm just like, oh, this ain't nothing but a game. I'm like,
yes,
everything
and
I
that's
thought about politics is not what I thought about politics. This is fool's gold.
and
This is
that's where I'm at
all
now.
smoke and mirrors. This is all smoke and mirrors because
Yes.
it's like what I thought about the world is not what the world is. Like the world is
Mhm.
inside, is outside in, is inverted. Like everything you thought you knew about the world is the opposite. Whatever they're telling you, think the opposite.
And that's where I'm at right now in my moment of both sides. It to me it's all like garbage, and so I exactly what you just said is where I'm at now.
Mhm.
And that's why I'm saying like people are having a hard time.
No, you're
Uh,
having a hard time. They're just reflecting the time that you're having difficulties with. There you pushed out. You're having a hard time letting it go. You're having a hard time thinking differently about the government because you've been so entrenched with it since you were 18. It's a long
mm-hmm.
time to be
Yeah.
so connected to that. And now you're deciding to do something different and you're struggling with that decision. And they're just reflecting to you that you're struggling with it. And that's okay though. So
Mm-hmm.
what? Who cares? It's no big deal.
Okay. Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're struggling with it, so just stop telling yourself you're struggling with it, and then you won't be. Because it really is that simple. Like Ebony was like, oh, all I gotta do is think differently. Yeah. All you gotta do is think differently. Really? That's it? Yeah. That's the work.
Mhm.
To think differently. It really is that simple. You gotta choose it though. And then you
Yeah.
gotta keep choosing it. And then you 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 gotta keep choosing it. Because as Paul was made to say, oh, I die daily.
Mhm.
I'm always giving up some old belief system that limited me in
So
my
do you believe in confirmation? Like I'm noticing that too, that certain things come up or certain situations come up and I'm like, okay, I think this was a confirmation to the decision that I made.
or like signs.
Yes, or a certain situation like, okay, um, just like a confirmation, like I'm going through a divorce, and then I'll get a phone call from my ex-husband, and it's like things were said, about the settlement, and then it's like, okay, this is my confirmation for the decision that was made, and this is why I made the decision because, you know what I'm saying? It's like different confirmations come up now.
Yeah,
Things. Go ahead.
yeah, indefinitely. That's what I mean. The universe speaks to you. You just have to listen, because there's certain you have, like I was saying earlier, like you have a purpose, and God gave you that purpose, and you have that purpose based off your algorithm, which is your programming from since you was raised. You was raised to believe certain things and live a certain way unwillingly, because of what you was told and the information. You only could do what you know. You can't do outside of that until you think outside of that. Then you could actually do what you thought, because now you could do those processes. But if you didn't know no better, you can't do better. If you knew better, you do better. So in your programming, sometimes it doesn't suits us, and we start to want to go outside of our programming. And
But I mean, like, I'm dropping like I'm like a little mouse, and I drop some cheese, and then 6 months later, that little cheese appears, and
yeah,
I'm
but
like,
that's what I'm saying.
okay,
That's what I'm
that's
saying.
why I did it this way.
Well, going back to the algorithm, the programming, because now things become like it's almost your destiny, your faith, all the things that you've done to your past led you to this event right now. But if you're aware of those things, you could actually change that. This is where choice comes in, and so you could get those signs and ignore them and say, nah, I'm gonna do something else. Or you could say, you know what, this is a good sign that I should do this, and then implement that. But understand that this is according to your algorithm, though,
Mm.
if
Okay.
I'm making sense.
Yeah, kinda.
What part did I lose you?
No, I mean just the algorithm. Maybe you're saying maybe your algorithm is saying experiences.
Yeah, that's another word
Okay.
for your experience. Your experiences leads you up to this very moment. Everything that you experience, even to, like I said, your subconscious makes you do things that you didn't even wasn't aware of. You just did it subconsciously. That's part of your experience. That's what I call the algorithm. It's like
Mhm.
your programming, you know, which even your phone picks up on your behavior. This thing called the algorithm, where it's now telling you the things you like to shop with, and you're wondering how does this? Because we have a program to us subconsciously where we're moving, where we think we're in control, but we're actually not. We're going off of what we're fed, so to
Mm.
speak. Yeah, that's why, going back to the awareness part, when you're consciousness is awareness. That's why people say you woke, because now you're aware. You're now become the watcher of the watcher. You're actually watching yourself, and that's where it departs into mindfulness, because you don't control your thoughts and you don't control your emotions. You manage them. You have to be mindful of your thoughts and mindful of your emotions. So at no time are we in control. So the more aware you are, the more God-like you are, because you're so mindful of reality, and you kind of orchestrate it. This is the free will that men and women talk about. You kind of will it to your willing, because you're so aware of the past, present, and future. But sometimes if you're not conscious and mindful of your emotions, you'll lose this awareness and you'll get lost in the moment, lost in your thoughts. And sometimes you get back to yourself and you're like, damn, I can't believe I did that. There you go.
Thank you.
No problem.
Um, for that, I'm gonna disagree a little bit because you are the operant power. You do good to choose a thought, and your world is always confirming the thoughts you've chose. So you're always gonna get confirmation. Kevin and I say this all the time. You get confirmation bias. Your whole life is confirmation biases.
Mm.
Your whole life is showing you. Your frequency is what you frequently see. What you give your attention to expands. That's your focus.
Yeah, that's
So,
what.
so if
Yeah.
you're saying, oh, I did this thing and it led to this thing, and I'm recognizing that the thing I did is the reason why I'm having this experience now.
Yes.
Absolutely. All the time. Are people always aware of their harvest? The seed they've sown? No. A lot of people are like, I wasn't thinking that. How did this happen? Oh my goodness, I can't believe that. I know I didn't create this. Oh, it ain't that by accident, boo boo. You just forgot. You
It's
forgot.
creepy.
You forgot
It,
that you created this. You
yes.
didn't realize that maybe a tear got sown unawares. Like
Mhm.
you gave your focus to a thing, you didn't even realize you gave your focus to it, and now here it is, and it grown up in your reality. It's become a part of your world. But this is the beauty of this law. You don't have to accept any experience. You get to do what? Repent, which means you get to have a change of mind about the experience.
So can I give you like one example, and it's kind of it's creepy to me because I realize it now. Okay, so in 2016 my father passed. He left me just a little tiny portion of the 40 of his 401k. Okay. So I transferred it into my mutual funds. Okay, I told you like 2 weeks ago that I needed a roof because I have a leaky roof. And I was like, where am I going to come up with the money? Blah, 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 blah. You know, so 2 days ago, I called and I have some mutual funds, but like if you tap into them, there's a penalty, da, 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 you know. And so I was talking to the person and, I was like, I know that there's a penalty, but is there any way that if I take it out and then put the money back in 60 days or whatever? And she's like, well, you could do that. And I was like, and I also have my dad's old IRA, but there's not much in it. And she said, well, let me take a look at it. And then so she looked at it, and then she said, well, actually, she said, because I get like a small little $30 check from it a month. It goes into my bank. And then she's like, actually, you set it up to get $30. She's like, but you should have took it out. You had the opportunity to take it out, all of it 5 years ago. So I was like, really? And she was like, yeah, you had the opportunity to take it out 5 years ago. She's like, but we just figured that you wanted the $30 a month, until your end of life, And then so I was like, well, will I get penalized if I take it all out? And she's like, no, I just told you could have took it out 5 years ago. So I was like, okay, well, yeah. So why is it the exact amount money for the roof? The exact amount money for the roof.
All right. That's how.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
ways are not your ways, because your reasoning mind was telling you it can't be this, it's going to be penalized, right? That's your reasoning mind, the logical. But the subconscious mind, the I am, the source, does not operate from the logical way of thinking. Said, we were just talking about this, Kevin and I'll take the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. In your mind, it's illogical. Like, what's going on?
Yeah. The exact money for the roof.
Yeah, because
I mean,
that's
not
what I
like
talk
down to
about.
the
That's what I talk
penny,
about the
but
subconscious
yeah.
mind, right? The subconscious mind has the bird's eye view, has the 360 peripheral view. It knows all. It knows the beginning, the end before the beginning. I know the thoughts and plans I have for you, says the Lord. Thoughts of good and not of evil. To bring you, to prosper you, and to bring you what? An expected end. Here's the thing, Anna, you didn't freak out. Remember you told me? I told my mom it's gonna get done. Normally,
Yeah.
I would freak out. You may not have been
Yes.
aware of this had you been freaking out. You created a different reality when the answer was already there. But because you remained in control of your emotions, do
Exactly.
not control your emotions, because normally you would have freaked out. But you were doing the work, and you chose to see life differently because you were already doing the work. So when this situation presented itself, you were already in a position to not freak out.
Yeah. And it was there, and that's what I mean. Like, I think I did it that way. That's what I'm telling you. The confirmation that I did it that way. Taking it, because when he left me that little IRA, that was the options. You can either do it, like take the money to your life expectancy, which would be 70. So it's like $30 a month or something like that, And so that's what I mean by sometimes I think I'm doing things, for the future. It's like I'm a little mouse or a little squirrel. Yeah, so and then it comes up and then it's like, holy shit, I had it. I did that, so yeah.
Yeah.
So
And yeah, a
thank
lot of
you.
times we're not aware of why we're doing a thing until it presents itself to us, right? You
Yes.
didn't know you was gonna need that money for a roof, but the
No.
subconscious mind did. Or
Mm-hmm.
that you was gonna need it for any situation. Cause here it is, you created the reality to have a need of it.
Yes.
You created the reality to have a need. Cause you actually could be spending the money on a vacation. It
Yeah,
could
I
be
could.
anything, right?
Like she said, you could have took it. She said you could have took it all out 5 years ago.
Yep. Yep.
She's like, you could have did that. So yes, and back to what I asked the first time. You are right. I think that it's me that I'm having a hard time letting go of worldly things, as you might say. Being in the world. I think that's the biggest, because it's been so ingrained into me. I joined the military when I was 18 years old. And the first thing that they teach you to do is watch world affairs, because it does affect you directly, because it affects you in deployment. So every day I would be watching CNN to see what's going on around the world. And that's been a huge shift in the last 6 months, going to watch every day what's going on in the world to nothing.
Right.
It's a huge shift, so yeah, that's it.
Yeah. It's a whole new world.
Yeah. Thank
Well,
you.
all I can do is
Yeah.
say I definitely want to another perception to think about it. Like I was saying, just be aware of all knowledge. It's not you have to always, I guess, what's the word? I guess be real. Like you have to deal with what is and not try to block it out like it doesn't exist and try to create a world where it's only in your mind. You want to be of all. Like I'm aware of all of this. I'm aware that I'm of the world, but I'm not in the world. Like there's things that I have to do of the world to make my inner world a better world. It's a balance. It's a unification. I have to live in harmony in this world of chaos, because the chaos does exist. But I am the chaos as well. I bring, even my ignorance as I speak now brings chaos, so I'm aware of this, and it's not that I'm doing it purposely, but this is growth. This is life. It's a yin and yang. It's an up and down. And when we learn to live with this, light and dark, is when we'll truly be at peace.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know that. I'm totally aware of what the world is. I'm totally aware of it, but I don't think that we have to keep putting our energy to that. You know, I think it's terrible to live in a constant state of the skies falling. You know, I see that. I used to be part of that. Like every 5 minutes, like what are they doing over there? What's happening over here? Uh, what are they going to do next? That's like I don't want to live like that. It's nuts, you know. um, and the people that I see that the people that are just like going on with life, they could care less. They could care less. It doesn't affect what they're, it doesn't affect their life. And that's what I want to be. I
Right.
want to be vacationing to Nice. That's what I'm looking into now. I've
Really
been to,
nice.
yeah, I've been to Paris twice. And now I'm starting to think my son just left to college. What if how can I vacation for 3 weeks out of the year in Nice, France?
Ooh,
And that's what I'm trying to focus on.
Yes. 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 That's
Yes, that, all the what's going on. I've been there, I've did it. I was in Desert Storm, Desert Shield. I know what war is,
Mhm.
you know. So yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, everyone has their own perspective. My thing is that I'm not here to tell someone what they should or shouldn't be doing. I give myself an example of what I do, and you have to decide what works for you. There is no should or shouldn't, must or mustn't. There is none of that. It's whatever you're deciding to do, because trying to convince someone that, oh, you got to know the bad things of the world, because why? Why do I need to know we lived that life
Aware of
already.
it.
We know what hell looks like for us individually. So we're saying we're bringing up forth having a new earth. Where does hell find its place in that? It doesn't.
That's the harmony. That's the harmony I was speaking of. Awareness of it. You have to. We, in order to create, we
No,
must
you
destroy.
have to. See, that's the thing. You keep saying, well, we have. No, it's just something that you
It's
have.
it's a it's a it's a
That's
because it's a
that's
fact.
your journey. Not everyone
Yeah,
else is
I don't.
experiencing that mindset.
Well,
Yeah,
I
because
don't see
I've
how.
had all
Wait.
those I've picked all those negative
Okay.
experiences in my life.
I
I've
understand.
already,
I'm not saying
yeah,
that we
I've
should live negative. Yeah, please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying we should live negative because we cannot create through negativity. I'm saying that we should be aware of it. Like bacteria is negative, but we could use bacteria in positive ways. But we must acknowledge it, the origin of bacteria is negative. We must acknowledge the darkness of. I'm not saying that that's the way we should live. I don't know why that's coming off in that nature when I'm saying that no, we just should be aware of the Persians that come to take the freedom from the 300. We should be aware of these people because they exist. No matter if we try not to put our attention to the Persians still exist. That's what I'm saying. And we must be aware of this. So
Well,
we
they only
should arm
exist for
To
you,
what
though.
ourselves
to what point? To what
to
purpose?
a point where the whole message of even a God king can believe that free men live here and no man will come and try to dictate how free men should live because God gave us this free will to live the way we choose to live, not as some man that's just anointed king or people say that he's king.
but why do you want to see all that? Like
We don't want to see.
when I got out of the military, I was going to therapy, and I had a great therapist. I was working on my PTSD, whatever, and I was a nurse, and I started working in nursing homes. Okay, I'm not saying anything's bad about nursing homes, because I worked them for 10 years, 10, 15 years. I worked in nursing homes, and I love elderly and da 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 da. But she would tell me, why do you want to work around all that depression and sickness and all that other stuff? Why are you like, why do you want to work so hard? And I couldn't
And
comprehend that.
yeah, and there's a
Because
lot of
I mean, like what? Like to be Mother Teresa? I mean, there's no, I don't want to do that. no more.
Right,
I
right.
want to see a good life.
Right, right. And to every person that wants to see a good life, there's going to be a person that wants to see a dark life. And some people's darkness, like bacteria, is their purpose. So we'll look at it as they're being evil and bad, but they're living their purpose. Like a mosquito, we smack it. And I said to myself, you know what? That mosquito is living its purpose. Of course, I'm gonna look at it as it's attacking me, but what do I expect the mosquito to do? God gave me, this is what God said I'm supposed to do. Go sting people, and if I gotta spread germs in doing so, it's in my nature. That's me. What you want me to do? Not be a mosquito? So of course, all those things to me, that's why I quit. It's bad to me or evil. I don't look at things like that. It's negative, but these are its purpose. So some things people are made sometimes to be negative, to have the balance of the person that's made to be good. To every hero, there will be a villain. Soon as the hero emerges, the villain simultaneously emerges. Watch any show, any program, any book. Once the hero
Different.
emerges,
That's what I said. If you keep operating as a savior, you're going to be a martyr.
oh,
I already said that. That's what I said. Why? So we don't operate as saviors. We're not here to save anybody. We're not playing the hero. I just said there's no. We're not Captain America over here. We're not Superman looking for his Lex Luthor. We ain't doing that. We're letting that mindset go. But see, you're still operating from that state, and kudos to you. That's how you want to experience the
at
third
the
dimensional
same time,
reality you get to. If you want to see the villain and the superhero, hey, it's your world, your
well,
script
the
to live that
superhero can
reality.
be
My thing is
the,
that you're not going to convince us of it because we're
the,
not rocking and rolling, and we're about to ease on down the road. We carrying
the
nothing, and ain't gonna be no
superhero.
low. We not trying to create. We did that already. We did that.
Yeah,
Oh, we gotta create disciples. We gotta try to go save people from themselves. Oh, don't you want to be a Christian? Don't you know that you're in need of a savior? Don't you know that don't you want to go to heaven? Don't you want to escape hell? Don't you we
right.
did all that. We ain't doing that no more.
Right, The superhero could become the villain as well as the villain could become the superhero. Because like Loki is the god of mischief, but yet he's an Avenger. So he was born to be the god of mischief, the god of negativity, of whatever you want to call mischief. But yet now he uses that mischievousness in a positive way. So this is what I mean. The origins of people are born negative, but we have that choice to choose to live differently. And going back to the algorithm, see, his algorithm was to be mischievous, to be the god of mischievousness, but he chose a different path. He went against his programming, what he was built for. But at the same time, he kind of manipulated, and this is what I mean about we're never in control. Because he's still mischievous, but he does it in a more positive way, in an more Avenger way, so to speak.
I have no idea who you're talking about. I don't watch Marvel. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know who Loki is. I can't get the analogy because I have no idea who that
Not
is.
really from Avengers. He's from Egyptian mythology.
Oh,
Loki is
Egyptian.
yeah.
Egyptian
Thor
mythology.
is
Okay.
He's
Thor
from Greek and
and
Roman
Zeus.
mythology.
Yeah, and Zeus and all those
Greek,
people.
Greek and Roman mythology. Okay.
So, Toy, I just want to say one more thing. So, how I'm starting that manifestation of niece for 2 or 3 weeks a year. I ordered my Rick Stevens guide to France today,
Okay.
and also a beginner's book on learning French. And
Okay.
that's how I'm starting that manifestation of that. I'm doing it in action. And that's all I wanted to say.
Beautiful, beautiful. I know you'll have so much fun. Oh, I took 3
I
years of
will.
French and I don't know. I can give you very, very little French. And I took 3 years of it in high school. Just needless to say, it wasn't a great teaching moment.
But that's what starting to do when I want to see something happen in my life. I start taking the action and start moving it forward.
Nice.
And don't know how. I also started following a lady on TikTok. She moved from Atlanta to Nice. She's been there for 3 years,
Nice.
and uh, she's about my age, maybe a little bit older. So she's in her 50s, and she's living her life. Okay,
Yes. Yeah.
living her life.
That is beautiful. And I
Yeah.
love that you're staying true to yourself, right? Because remember when you were telling us about how you manifest, and you was like, well, I had to do the physical thing. I had to go get the box. I had to go do, right? And you're talking about the jewelry
Yes,
box
I
that you
have.
was like, right?
Mhm.
Like, because there's no right or wrong, right? It's
Right.
knowing yourself, because somebody else will tell you, oh, no, 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 that's not how you do it. You're supposed to do this. No, you're supposed to know yourself and what works for you. See,
Yes.
right?
Mine
Because
is action, taking the step to doing something about it, like thinking it and then saying, okay, what am I going to do about it?
right.
How am I going to move it forward? And so that's the first step. Getting a Rick Stevens book. If you know anything about Rick Stevens, he used to be on PBS.
I never heard of them.
Okay, well, he was on PBS, and you could find, like, if you ever want to travel somewhere, he writes these little books, these little pocket books about the area that you're traveling to. So let's say you want to go to Greece, or you want to go to Italy, or you want to go to France, and he'll break down everything from how to take the train system to the bus system to where to eat, where to go, hotels. It's really nice. It's a little comprehensive guide to where you're going. And so once I got him, it's like, I know I'll be there. I'll
Okay.
be there by next summer.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Thing is, yes, you don't know how it's all going to unfold. You're just preparing yourself for when it does. You're ready.
I'm ready. I'm ready to go.
Be ready. Stay
Yeah.
ready. You're digging those ditches, as the script would say, right? Was it Elisha prayed for rain? Was it Elijah or Elisha. They prayed for rain because there had been a drought, and God told them, dig them ditches, because when it rains, it's about to pour. It's going to come down real good. So be ready. So you have to dig those ditches to be ready to receive the rain, to receive the blessing from heaven, to receive the downpour. So you're digging those ditches. You're getting ready. You're about to receive a great downpour. And we don't know how. We don't know. You might get a free trip. We don't know. You might meet somebody like the young lady told us yesterday. She wanted to travel. Decides to go to Las Vegas by herself, meets another young lady, and they become fast friends on the plane. And now she's going to Ireland as a guest of this friend that she met on the plane to Las Vegas, because she had a desire to travel more for her YouTube channel. See how that worked? Because the thing that she was scared to do, she did it anyway. She was told that Sin City was, Sin City. She's like, but I remember what you said. Sin just means to miss the mark, So she had to reframe her thought process around Las Vegas to give her the courage to go visit this place. And then she met a friend who's not, and she said all she has to do is pay for is her ticket to Ireland. Everything else is taken care of. See how things just work? Man, it's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. And so hello, Bear Grylls. Is that how you say that?
Hey, what's up? Yeah.
Go ahead. What's on your mind?
Um, okay. I believe very similarly to you, so I've never spoken to you. Um, and so I was listening to I've never read the Bible either.
Okay.
But I was listening to someone just now, learning about other religions. They were reading the Bible, and the part about the rapture is talking about you. It's talking about unaliving. It's talking about when you unalive. Whatever they read, it was like Isaiah 20 or something. I don't know. I think she's reading like Isaiah something. I think it was Isaiah 20 or something like that. It's talking about you. That's what the rapture is. It's when you unalive.
Okay, so what does that mean to you?
It's not a big. It's not talking about a thing like comets coming out of the sky or everything
Oh
burning.
yeah,
It's literally talking about when you unalive. It's
right.
a metaphorically explaining you unaliving and going to the next place. I'm reading something on the screen right now, and damn, we believe similarly, but I mean, kind of. I mean, pretty much though. Yeah, I can agree with you. But
Okay.
jeez,
Different. Hold on one second. We got to stay muted.
Yeah, you gotta stay muted when you're
Please,
not speaking
please,
because you
please,
have a
mutual.
lot of
Please,
background
mutual.
noise.
Yes, please, mutual. Are you able to mute him? Besides, oh, I'm gonna have to drop you different because I need you to mute. Thank you.
I wasn't aware. Sorry, I was mumble jumble.
Oh, okay. Right, right, right. So you said, right, yes, the rapture. The rapture, exactly. It's about the mind. The Bible has nothing to do with your physical body. It has everything to do with what's happening mentally, spiritually within you.
the end times is literally the end for you. That's the end times when you end.
Yeah, and well, it's talking about the world as you know it. When you awaken to the truth of who you are, that's the
No,
end of
I'm
you seeing life
I'm
as it's
telling.
supposed to be.
What I've been saying this whole time is literally I'm talking about when you're on your hospital bed and you unalive. It's talking about that. That's the rapture. When you unalive, that's what it means. It's explaining that part. The going to the
Okay,
next
I
part after
mean,
that.
it can mean a litany of things. It can mean that as well as a spiritual awakening, a spiritual rapture as well. It doesn't have to be a physical thing, but you can see it from that perspective.
No, it
I'm
is a
not saying
spiritual
that you're
thing. It is
wrong.
a spiritual thing because when you go to the only thing that goes to the next place is the spirit. It's a spiritual thing. It's explaining that. That's the only thing that goes to heaven. It's the spirit. That's the only thing that travels after you take
Well,
your last
where
breath.
is
It's
heaven?
belief.
Well, where is heaven?
It's within you. We don't go to heaven by going up in the sky. We go to heaven by going deeper within ourselves.
Right. So we agree. Right. There's no disagreement there. No argument. I agree with you. See, I don't worry about what's going to happen once I depart the body. My focus is about how I'm going to enjoy this beautiful plane I decided to experience.
It's not about worry. It's actually the opposite. You can create the party after this one if you believe in it.
Yeah, but I mean, why do I need to put my focus on something other than now?
Because, okay, that's a great question. You don't need to put your focus on anything other than now. That's not necessarily the point. I'm not telling you to be worried about unaliving. I'm more telling you if you believe in yourself now and believe in the good things now, even if you don't see them. So that means they have to come in the future because you don't see them. But if you believe in them now, you will go to them. You can go to them now, but you can also go to them after you unalive. That's the story of Jesus Christ. That's why in the story he didn't care what they did to him because he's like, I'm just gonna go to heaven anyways. It doesn't matter.
Right. Well, the story of Jesus Christ is not about somebody doing something to someone. It's about you experiencing, remembering who you are.
It's literally the story is trying to tell you how to use your imagination.
Right. Fair
That's what
enough.
it's. How do you turn water into wine? How do you walk on water? You have to use your imagination. That's why look, if consciousness is God, like me and you understand whatever.
Hmm.
Imagination is the son of consciousness. To use your imagination, you got to be conscious first. What did
Right.
God do before he created the heavens and the earth? Before he said let there be light, he had to imagine it first. You got to imagine light before you see light.
Right. He spoke it. Let there be. And it was, because in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and then the Word is God.
You know what's so crazy? What something I just realized a few days ago.
Hmm.
If okay, books are physical objects like apples, right? It's just a physical object. The world we are The word gospel is spoken by mouth and written by hand.
Mm-hmm.
We are the word of God. The words in the book don't do anything literally until you speak them. They just sit on your desk. It's
Yep.
not until you speak them and believe them that they do something. We are
Oh,
the word of God.
you ate with that. That's what I say all the time. I am the book. I am the word. These words that I speak, they are spirit and they are life. All right? My word does not return unto me void. It accomplishes everything in which I send it out to do. So, yes, we are in agreement that the mind, the son, is the imagination. All things were created by him. And there was nothing that was not created by him, right? Everything is created by the mind, the imagination, the I am. And now you just have to ask yourself, what are you creating? What are you imagining? What are you imagining? Because that's what you're bringing forth in your world. What are you giving your attention to? Whatever has your attention has you. So let your mind, let your Christ be your guide. That is the power and wisdom of the I am. Christ consciousness.
Can I give you an opinion?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, this is my opinion. In my opinion, there is a molecule. What heaven? Okay, look, there is a molecule that's reflecting out of us like a light. Like imagine if there was like if everything was yellow, like a flashlight was reflecting out of you and everything was yellow. There's
Mhm.
a molecule reflecting out of us like a light, and the reflection is what we call light. This 3D reality. Everything is literally a reflection. Colors are a reflection. If you look me in the eye, you're looking at a reflection of yourself. If you zoom in, you're just looking at yourself in the eye. Everything. If I am purposeful, you give me purpose by just existing. Because if you don't exist, I'm just talking to myself.
Yes.
What this all is a molecule reflecting out of us. Well, look, like when you stand in front of a mirror and there's a mirror behind you and it just keeps going forever, and you're in one
Mhm.
of the slots. That's what we're doing right now. We're just in one of the slots.
Oh,
We're
yes.
on one of the molecules.
Yes.
You see the
Yes.
other slots. You can see the other mirrors, but they're not there. You can't get to them. But if you believe in them, you can. That's what the book is trying to tell you. You can get to the other molecule if you just believe in it, because it's inside of you.
Yes. It was like, did you ever watch that movie Interstellar? Where he was trying to find which
No.
he was falling through. So he was trying to he was trying to save this whole save the world type thing. But his daughter, he was trying to go back to the time where his daughter was communicating with him. And so he was like in space, falling down, and he had all of these infinite doorways or mirrors that he could go into, and he had to select the right one to go into to meet his daughter to, reconcile whatever they,
Yeah.
his worldview or whatever. And that's what I thought about when you were talking about looking in the mirror and seeing the infinite reflections of the one, which is who we are, right? We are infinite reflections of the one. It's amazing. It does blow your top off. It is a mind-blowing reality, accepting, and trying to understand that from the logical, or what we call the egoic mind or the carnal mind. It just kind of just loses its oomph.
Look, to believe anything I just said since I've been up here, you have to use your imagination.
Yep.
You got to. You got to just believe in something. You can't take out a telescope and see the molecule inside the molecule inside the molecule. You got to just believe it.
Yep. Yep. And here's the thing. A lot of people will say, well, you can't believe it. You got to know it. And I was like, why we always want to argue over words? I know words have meaning, but words only have meaning to that which we give meaning to, right? We can redefine a word, and we do it all the time. We take words and we change the meanings of them all the time. And so to me, when I say believe, I'm saying you have to accept this thing as true. That's the Webster's dictionary definition for believe. To accept something as real, as true, without having any which is what assumption is too. So assumption goes a step further and it says that you're accepting something as true or real without any evidence of it. So you're assuming this to be true. It resonates with you because the moment you said that, we all went into our imagination and we saw exactly what you were saying. When you said, yeah, we've all done it. Like when people had that mirror technique and they were putting the towel over the mirror and you could still see yourself, even though the towel was there. It's like, how can you still see yourself if the towel is covering the mirror, right? Or that you've done it with yourself.
Because you reflect off the time.
Yep. But when you gave that description about seeing your reflection go on forever, we can see that when you said it. And many of us know that we have experienced it.
You know how else we can see it? We can see it. You know, when we dream, we see it. When you dream, you're in a real place. You're not in like your brain's not going like, oh, I'm gonna think of, I'm gonna run around this corner. Then after run around the corner, I'm gonna see my mom, and then she's gonna be a little too tall. You're not thinking this stuff up. You're just experiencing it. You're in a real place. Our imagination is the same thing. You can just create it, reform it by believing in it.
Yep. That's it. Yep. It's just my imagination. It really is just your imagination. What are you imagining? Imagine now. Imagining. What are you doing with your mind, with your quiet time, with that stillness of time, with that aloneness? You know, and you can be alone in a room full of people because you can always go into your mind in a room full of people with all the chatterboxes. You can always be still with yourself, one with yourself. And so now that you know that, now that you're aware of that, now that you believe that, now you understand that, how creative you are, the power that you are, the power that is housed within you. What are you going to do with it now? Too many of us have wasted thought. We complain and worry about nothing. Oh, so you're going to post 3 videos a day? All right.
Yeah. That's hard. That's hard for me. But I'm starting to figure out how to do it though. I posted 3 today, and I think I can do 3 tomorrow.
Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I said I was gonna do. I didn't let my word be my bond because I was like, I do post more, but I was like, you know, when people were like, oh, you know, if you want to blow up on TikTok, you do social media, you got 10 times a day. They're just giving all these crazy numbers. I'm just like, it's already done, so I'm not gonna worry about how many times I'm going to post because it may take them 10 to 15, 20 times a day to post for them to blow up. That sounds like too much work, and I want to have fun with what I'm doing. So like with the AI, so like I just got into the AI. So I was like I'm like what Anna was talking about, like when you plant that seed and then you start seeing the fruition of that seed. So with CapCut, they had the AI feature because I had the paid subscription. However, I was like, but I can't, for some reason I had it both on my iPad and my I have an Android. I don't have a iPhone. I couldn't access all of the capabilities on my Android that I could, but I could access everything on the iPad. But I was like, but I'm paying, you know, almost $200 a year for this, and I can't use it like I want to. I'm like, no. And so one of the ladies, I don't know if she's still on here, we follow each other on Facebook, and she has her AI twin. You know, and I was like, oh my goodness, like I was watching her stuff, you know, always liking it and, you know, engaging with her content. And, you know, I was like, oh, what apps are you using? Because I want to get more into the AI bucket or whatever, you know. And so somebody was saying, you know, she gave a couple of the apps, but I was like unfamiliar with them. I didn't really go check them out either. And then somebody said that you could use Chat GPT. So I went to Chat GPT and uploaded a video, a picture of myself. And I was like, it kind of looked like me, but not really. And then she was like, try Gemini. Oh my goodness. The last 3 or 4 days, those who follow me on here on Facebook know I'm like, y'all about to be sick of me. Cause I'm like loving this AI. I'm like, cause I've always been like into clothes and styling. And so I just tell AI, I'm like in my 2-story closet, closet in my multi-million-dollar home, and it's decked out with designer purses, designer clothes, and then I tell it I'm wearing this, and then I upload an image of myself, and then it produces, and I was like, I'm like, and I could see myself wearing these clothes. I can see myself. So I did another video today. I'm like, here's the all black, and then here's me in the all black. That was in the video, I had a white Rolls Royce, where in actuality, for now, I have a white Mercedes Benz. But I'll say it's only on and up for now, because that's the new version of me that has the Rolls Royce. The current version of me has, instead of the Chanel bag, I have the YSL bag. Instead of the Rolls Royce, I have the Mercedes. But that's okay, because we're talking futuristically. We speaking a thing into existence, not futuristically, but I'm decreeing and declaring. I'm just having so much fun with it.
Yeah, as long as you're having fun, that's the most important part.
Yeah.
But that was my whole issue. 'Cause I'm like, if I'm not having fun, I'm not gonna do it. But I'm finding out there's a way to do it and have fun. There's a way for me to do it and have fun. I'm figuring it out. If I just like I can do I can just turn the camera on for 10 minutes and pretend like I'm going live,
Mm-hmm.
pretend like there's people there, and just do random shit. And
Yep.
I'll make a few jokes within that and cut those jokes into like 10-second videos. That's like 3 videos right there.
Yep. Also, you're a comedian? You said you do jokes. You're a
Nah,
comedian?
I just be whatever I'm talking about. I
I'm
probably
just
make
talking
jokes.
shit. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
And that's what they say, to build up your community. You want to start off with those 7 to 10 second vids, right? 7 to 10 second vids to really get people familiar with you or whatever. That's what they said. I grew my community going live, because when I stopped, I was like, oh, I just know I'm supposed to talk about this. I know I'm supposed to share this or whatever. So initially, when I started, which was a year ago, you had to have 1,000 followers. So they had this follow train, follow for follow. And I did the follow for follow. I ended up getting 1,000 people like maybe in a couple of days, but I didn't even go live. I'm like, as soon as I got the 1,000 followers, I didn't go live right away. And then I waited a couple of months and went live, and it still didn't feel right. I'm like, it's not time. It's not time. So I just stopped, took a couple of more months. And then I started in August of last year. Been on like popcorn. And that's why I gained most of my followers from going live. And then a lot of, like, my daughter, she has like over 60K, and she got hers from just talking ish on TikTok. She said she would go to Twitter, find out what the hottest topic was, and then she would just talk about other people's business, and that's how she grew her following.
I'm thinking the whole thinking behind it is like the less you care about the content and realize, like, if you turn on, like, okay, look, my whole thing is like, okay, if y'all want 5 videos a day, then you're asking for BS. You asking for me to just give you some BS, just turn the camera on. You're not asking for quality 5 times a day. I'm just gonna do whatever. So yeah, basically, as long as you can, like your daughter, just ramble or just turn it. If you could post, it's more about the 3 to 5 times a day than like it being a special video
Right,
or something like
right.
that.
It's
Just keep getting out
about,
there.
yeah, consistency, showing up like an advertisement, right? They say the advertisers, I mean, of course they spend money in theirs, but they knew that the more they came up on your feed, or the more times you saw them on some type of whatever show you were watching, you more apt to buy or purchase whatever they were selling.
I go live too. That's actually my bread and butter for real. It's not the videos. I'm learning the videos live. This shit easy. So I started going on live to talk about the stuff I talked to you tonight about, and nobody wants to hear me. So now when I go live, all I do is like I'm just trying to have fun and make people feel good. Like I'm like climbing trees and doing backflips or whatever they dare me to do, or I'm like buying candy at the store or having them pick my snacks when I go to the gas station or something like that. I
Mm-hmm.
don't talk about none of this type of stuff. I just try to have fun on live, and uh, it's hard. It's hard to I don't know. This whole growth thing is hard. I come across you a lot though. I come across you so much, and I always just scroll past. Like, it's no point in talking to you because you already know some.
Oh, okay. Then why you say the growth is hard?
Because I feel like I post some good videos and I'm entertaining on live, and I feel like I'm not growing the way I should. This is easy for me. I feel like I should be like one at the
Oh,
top.
but don't you know? So you realize that you're creating that, right? You're creating the block because you're saying that it's hard. So for you, it's going to be hard. Stop saying that it's hard. Like you just said, you got to be nonchalant about it. You got to just do it and don't care about the numbers.
You're right.
Yeah, you just
Here's a
said that. You just said
here's
don't
a
care, and here you are caring about the numbers.
I'm terrible at numbers.
Yeah, you got to not care about the numbers. You got to do it for the fun of it, you know. And I know that's something because I've been guilty of it too, like looking to see how many views that I get, how many more followers that I get. But you eventually just have to let that go because I'm on TikTok and I'm on YouTube and I'm monetized on both. You know, now my daughter, like I always talk about her because when she got monetized, man, she started bagging them thousands of dollar checks. But now she doesn't she gets brand deals too. So like she has this one company that she's working with them for a third time. So every time they come back to her, she increases her amount, you know, for how much.
I'm
Yeah,
jealous.
I know, right? Right? She does jewelry, you know, so and she's done hair videos as well. So like she's got free hair and got money for, you know, sharing for doing brand deals. I don't want to do brand deals. That's
How many
that ain't my lane.
how many videos does she post a day?
Oh wow, she didn't post a lot. I mean, you could check her out. She started a job like back a couple of months ago and she's about to get into her real busy season, so she really not going to be posting a whole lot now, but you know, she blew up on Instagram. I think she got like 30K. I think she still got like 30K on Instagram. And she just did like a couple of dance videos that went really viral on Instagram. And that's how she built her following. She's not even really a dancer either. And then, but like she told me, she was like, "Ma, I just want to make money for being pretty." So that's her. She's like, I get this because I'm pretty. That's her mindset.
Exactly. Just
So she's like,
that's the
"Hey, this is
content. It's
happening
you.
because I." So she doesn't. She will post like 2 or 3 times. I think, like you said in the beginning, but now it's less because she has a job. But she said she wants to find time to do it. But she said this time that she's in, she's gonna be working 7 days a week for the next 2 or 3 weeks. So I doubt she's gonna post this much. But like she did a real she's a singer too. So she took band in high school. She did the baritone sax as well as the alto sax. She did the baritone sax in the band, but she learned in elementary school how to play the alto sax. And she did some song that a old song from like back in the early 2000s, and she remixed it with her own voice. And that video, it was only like a 10-second video, got like over 1 million views. So she's had certain videos do over 2 million views before as well. You know, again, she just does like she would do the hot topic type thing, whatever Twitter was talking about. And because I don't know a lot of those people are like either YouTube famous or social media famous, and sometimes they're famous, but I don't even know who she's talking about in her videos. Because again, she Gen Z, I'm the mama, so some of them folks she be talking about, I have no idea what she's talking about. I don't know who these people are. So that's what she does. Yeah, she's the one in Florida, pretty as Lene. Yep. She's the one in Florida. Go get her. She's a go getter, you know. Go get her. She's like, man, because she claiming she making that 6 figures, and she like, because her desire is to get her an apartment in the high rise in Tampa, and she was like, you know, I'm about to make this 6 figures, ma. She was like, because her thing is, so my oldest daughter, she's aware of this, right? The daughter I'm talking about, she still talks about God and Jesus, but not from a Christian. She will what we would call a lukewarm Christian. Like, I pray and God gonna give me what I want because I believe I can have it. She ain't no hell in heaven mindset. And if she do believe in heaven or hell, she knows she ain't going to hell. She going to be with Jesus. So that's her thing. And she's like, she all about keeping it real simple and easy. She was like, I know the only reason I don't get something because I don't believe I can have it, and everything I believe that I can have, I always get. And so she would,
What you just said, simple and easy. That's the reason everybody's confused. It's
yep,
because it's not simple and easy. It's so many denominations, so many people that is the Bible, so many different religions. That's all the confusions, all the physical things outside of yourself. If you knew yourself, you won't be confused.
yep, yep. And that's what she said. She's very confident. She was like, she went through her little rough patch. She dated some guy. She was like, but she never again. She would never put another person ahead of her. She would never allow anybody to break her confidence. Very, very confident, very self-aware, very know who she is type young lady. Because she's 21 now, and she's like very good head on her shoulders, and she just like, because she be telling me, Ma, you need to be a pastor. I'm like, I'm not being nobody pastor. Like, she was like, cause you telling people the truth, and
You're
you,
a pastor. You are a pastor right now.
Oh, no, I'm like, we
You're
just
doing
all
this.
in here sharing. We all just sharing. We
You're
are all
doing the
just
same
talking.
thing a pastor would be doing. Same thing. Just without you teach yourself to pay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But she said I'm gonna get once she goes when she does do TikTok though, she does get her numbers whenever she does it though. You know, even if she don't go viral, she's still gonna get several thousand people to watch or whatever. And once she got serious about it, didn't, because when she first started going on TikTok, y'all remember Wildin' Out with Nick Cannon? She was going, so one of the people that was a regular on there, she was going live with them. So in the beginning, that's how she built her platform. That's how she got some of her followers, because she would do battling with them and they would be on there talking crazy. But she was like, I don't want to be on TikTok, signifying. I don't want to, so she withdrew from that. She did that for like a couple of months, and then she withdrew from that. And then when she decided to like do the Twitter thing, and she was like, I got a gift for gab. I can talk. I like to talk. So once she did what she knew she did well, that's when she blew up. Yep. Hey, Mia. How are you?
I'm good, just working, ready to go see Chris Brown tonight.
Oh, you want to see Chris Breezy?
Yes, trying to get through this work day.
That's amazing. That's amazing. What's on your mind?
Nothing much, just wanted to pop in and tell you how another little manifestation thing has kind of come through for me.
Let's go. Let's go.
Look, because I don't know if I mentioned it, but like I've been since I've been divorced, I've still been paying my ex-husband's health insurance.
Oh no, I didn't know that. Okay.
Because he has a kidney transplant and he works in insurance, but most people who work in insurance don't get health insurance.
Ain't that something?
Surprise. So I
Right.
was like, well, I'm not gonna let you lose your kidney, but
Right.
I've been paying for his health insurance even since we've been divorced. And I was like, now you get remarried, you better marry somebody who got some daggone health
I know, right?
insurance. Look, hold on. And if I meet somebody and they don't want me paying for it, you're gonna have a problem. But financially, I pay. He doesn't even give me money towards it, and I pay like $1,000 for health insurance, and it would be a hell of a lot cheaper if it was just me.
Right.
So he recently came to me. He was like, "Oh, you could take me off your insurance now. I have insurance." And I
Oh,
was
look at
like, "Really? Okay, thank you,
that.
thank you, thanks.
Thank
That's gonna
you. Thank you
make my
very
little check
much.
go up. Thank you. Look, money is money. That's an increase for me.
That part,
Thank
that
you."
part. Let's go. It's
So
your $1,000 manifestation.
look, right? I'll take it any way I can get it.
Hey, period.
And
Yes.
also just like with me and dating, because I look, the universe was sending me ex-cons, Miss Toya.
Mm. Yeah,
I
you
don't know
said you was
why.
watching that Love at the Lockup. You wonder
I
why
was
you was
watching too
getting
much Love
getting
After
caught.
Lockup. And I had to go and change how I was talking about relationships in my love life and what I deserved. and things have gotten better. I'm getting sent
Beautiful.
some better applicants.
Beautiful. Okay, so you let that
Yes.
reality TV show go.
No. I ain't letting my love after lockup
Oh, you
go.
just changed your
I'm
mindset
just
around.
changing how I'm just speaking about,
Right.
what I deserve in love and
Right.
the type of
Okay. Okay.
husband I want and all kinds of things. So, the universe is sending me a provider.
Yes.
So we're gonna be, I work, but I'm tired. I want to be a helpmate.
So I don't know
I'm
where to
tired,
go
Miss
on to work.
Toya.
Right. I'm like put my feet up
Look, I'm ready for the soft life.
for the soft life era.
Yes.
I feel you. It's a wonderful thing. It is beautiful.
Look, I be on dates and these men be asking me, "What are your goals?" Goals?
Goals.
What are those? I'm
What?
coasting for the
I'm
rest of
looking
my
to be the
career.
best wife you've ever known. What you talking
Look,
about?
my goals is to
My goal is to be a housewife. Did you not get
look
the memo?
goals. I'm 41. I done got my career. I ain't got no career goals.
I know that's right.
Look, I meet a man. He start talking about I want somebody to build together. I ain't building. I don't want to build. I'm
I'll
tired of
support you.
building.
I'll support
I'll
you. You can
support
do
you.
it. I'll be your cheerleader. Rah
I'll
rah,
be your
sister
cheerleader.
pie. Yay, team.
Yay, team. I am your helpmate. I will support you in whatever you want to build. But Mia is done building.
I know that's right.
Look.
Hey, you know.
But yes, I'm just, I just really be trying to work on my manifestation and my ways of talking to myself and
Are you
just
reading a book?
yes, I've been listening to it on Audible.
Oh my
I
goodness.
didn't get a chance to pop in on what was it, Saturday.
Mhm.
But I've been listening to it and I really like it.
Yeah. We'll be discussing chapters 8 through 10. So these chapters he really gets into his technique to reclaiming your power. Again,
I love it.
it's up to you if it resonates with you. You may have a better way of doing it. What I love about him, there is no right or wrong. Kind of he kind of say the same things I be saying. It's about you discovering what works for you, what words you want to use, how it
Hmm.
resonates with you. Like you said, you have to say things in sincerity, not saying it just because I told you to do it.
Hmm.
That's why a lot of times why things don't work because you're just mimicking someone else. When
Exactly.
let find the words that resonate with you and then do it even if you think you're lying to yourself. Do it anywhere
Yes.
because the more you do it, the more sincerity you'll get out of it because you really want to change.
Look, you could have manifested some tickets. I had a ticket to sell yesterday. I sold it yesterday. But no, you're so right. I think belief is the key, right? Belief is what makes this world run because everything's psychological. And if you really don't believe in the manifestations that you're working towards, it's not going to come.
Yep. Busting Loose from the Money Game by Robert Scheinfeld. That's the name of the book. Busting Loose. Reminding you that you get to create your own rules around money, your life in general.
Yes. Yes.
And that's the beauty of it, that there's no should, there's no this is the right way or this is the wrong way. You must do it this way. You must follow the crowd. You must do how everyone else is doing. No. Discover what you want, decide what you want, and then see yourself as already having it.
Absolutely. Be
Right?
still and know.
There you go. There you go. There you go. And
Plant the
you'll
seed,
find
water it.
yourself, right, and you'll find yourself preparing yourself for the thing. Like Anna said, she's going to Nice. She wants to spend 3 weeks out of the year to spend in France, right? And so she's like, oh, I'm listening to this guy who's a guide for it. I'm taking beginners French. I'm going to be ready because when the opportunity presents itself, I'm there. The thing
Yes.
is you're already there. It's already done, right?
Absolutely.
And so, however it shows up I'm sure it's going to show up in the most wonderful way. Can't
And I,
wait for you to tell us the story.
I'm sorry, but what you just said about being it, because now I'm trying to be what I tell myself in the morning is you're fit, you're healthy, you're wealthy, and you're happy. And so with the fit part, I always say, well, what would a fit person do? Well, they would drink like a protein shake and do a workout. That's what, so that's what I try to do, drink a protein shake and do a workout. and try to be that person, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the key, is to be who you need to be to attract what you want. So
Yes.
I think, and even in like relationships, like let's say you want to be a wife, instead of focusing on, I want the man to have this and this and this, you need to be the type of woman to get that.
Yes.
So just be who you need to be. Be the type of person that's wealthy, right? Be disciplined in who you are to be healthy. Be
And
disciplined. Yeah,
wealthy for me is wealthy for me is not like lots of money or but it could be, but wealthy for me is like eating good bread, eating fig spread, uh drinking a
yes,
really nice glass of wine, uh eating a really nice charcuterie board, and enjoying it, eating really good cheese, just that mindset.
Mm.
Um, and that's what I'm working on. Like every morning I get up and I say, I'm fit, I'm healthy, I'm wealthy, and I'm happy.
Yeah.
And what is it that who is that person, and how do I, and that's me. How am I going to be that person?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
I
Beautiful.
like that because I think self-talk is the key. And I have a history of, and you don't even realize because it's habit formed, right?
Hmm.
And you don't realize how you talk to yourself and what you think about yourself. So a lot of times when I'm driving into work, I'll say things like, I'm a competent and amazing BCBA. I
Yeah.
am friendly, I am capable, I am smart, because sometimes, when you go into work and you're faced with all these different energies and people, you just have to make sure you're centered and know who you are when you're going into the world and you're facing other people, because they are your mirror. So you have to make sure your internal is straight because you're about to go see your mirror.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
I
beautiful
like that.
thing. Yep. It's how you, it's what you say about you, right? And it's about the sincerity behind it. It's about the
Absolutely.
sincerity behind it. And just knowing that it was never meant to be a chore, right? And I know a lot of times we try to think of the how. Well, I realize when you just say that you're healthy, that you're fit, the things that's necessary for you to be that fit person, you will do that naturally. It won't be a force. And you will find
Exactly.
yourself doing it without having to think about it.
And not things, I don't do things like that. Like I took it's called bar 3 class, and it's a combination of bar work, like ballet bar and Pilates and all this other craziness. And I took it like one or two times, and they're heavy on the pressure of sales. Like they're heavy into they want you to sign up for a membership, and they want you to get a package, and they're high pressure sales, like when you walk in.
Yeah.
And that's something that I don't like, because it's like, I told the gal, I said, well, I already know about your packages because I seen it on your website. So if I was interested in buying a package, I would have bought it on your website. I just want to take a class. And I know that they're trained to do high pressure sales.
Mhm.
But what I didn't like about that type of workout is, I don't want anything where I'm sore for 2 or 3 days. That I'm not going to enjoy that. That's
Yeah.
too hard. So my thing of being fit is maybe a 45-minute or a 30-minute workout with some Pilates and drink a shake.
Right, 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 right. Easy
I
peasy,
don't,
precious squeezy. Right,
yes,
right.
yes, yes,
They love to tell you no pain, no gain. No.
yes.
Why I gotta be in pain to,
Pilates had me sore. I don't know about you.
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
right.
I don't want to be in sore. I don't want to be tortured. I don't want to be. I don't want to be sore for 2 or 3 days. So to me, that's not that goes against ease. That goes that's I'm torturing myself. And then I'm not going to like it, or I'm going to be resentful cuz I'm going to be working up to thinking like, "Oh my god, okay, there's a class tomorrow and I don't know if I really want to no, I don't want to do all that." So yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yep. Once you make once you commit or just
Mhm.
decide, as we say, right? Once you just decide, you've already done the hard part.
Mhm.
Because most people
Exactly.
find it very difficult to make a decision. It's like, can you just
Yeah.
decide? Well, I gotta read the pros and the cons. I gotta think, whatever, do whatever you need to do. But you still, at the end of the day, make a decision. Because not making a
Mhm.
decision is still making a decision.
Exactly.
So you need to just go ahead and decide what it is you really want. And it does take some sitting with yourself. Like really like, what's the best way for me to show up on as me, expressing
Mhm.
the greatest version of me? What does that look like? Discover what you enjoy to do. And then
Yes.
however that shows up, just be confident in that. Be okay in that. Know that that is enough, no matter what it
Mhm.
is.
Mhm.
Yep.
And be I think be the person that you want to be.
Hmm. And some people
Yes.
don't know who that is.
Yes.
So you got to know yourself. All right. And
Mhm.
sometimes some of us take the windy road to figure out, man, I knew I always liked this. I knew I always enjoyed this, but I just never like really went all in with it, right? We still was like,
Mhm.
well, we just made excuses. Why are you going to be unhappy doing something? I mean, because I get it. That's what the world tells you. You got to do it this way. If you don't take this road, then, you know, we're scared to take the road less traveled because we think that we won't be taken care of.
Right. And I think too our culture with everything is extreme.
Hmm.
Like you got to get beat up and you got to get tortured for results in anything. It just in anything. Making money, weight loss, relationships. You got
Yeah,
to get
everything got to be a struggle bus.
you got to get beat up.
So you got to get beat up, beat up, beat down.
Religion, everything.
Everything got to break
Everything.
you down first, right? Let me break you down. break
Agree.
down.
People act like everything's supposed to be hard. Relationships are hard. Work is hard. Having money is hard.
Working out is hard.
Working
Everything.
out is hard. Like, you know, everything doesn't have to be hard. Y'all can have that hard stuff. I like the easy life.
Yes.
Yeah,
People
that's
use
what we're
like
figuring
worrying like
out.
a sport. I'm gonna worry and stress my goals into fruition. Okay.
Man, thankfully we're letting go of that mindset. We've
Absolutely.
decided, nope, that mindset isn't for us. We're all about, you know, the easy road. And the easy road is the less traveled road. It's the straight and narrow road. People like the broad, rugged road, the crooked path, because they think it's some, that's where you're going to find your value in difficulty.
Yeah, it's just hard, before you kind of understand this way of thinking about you having the real power to make things happen. It's almost like a setup to not trust God when you look at God as someone outside of you,
Mhm.
because you go through life praying for all these things that you want, and you may not get half of it. And you'll blame it on God not giving it to you, not realizing that you're the one that holds the key.
Yep. Yep. Man, you're the one that holds the key. They're praying and wishing and hoping.
Just, and it's almost like focusing on things makes it delay longer.
Yep.
The more you think about it and worry about it, just pushes it further away, seems like.
Oh, yes. Yep. That's you digging it up. You haven't dropped
Yeah.
the seed. You haven't dropped it and went on your merry way and just decided to live your best life. I'm living my
You
best
keep
life.
digging that seed up to see if it's growing, and it's making you start over every time.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, and I dealt with like with weight loss. I used to just put myself through stress, wanting to weigh every day and being discouraged when the scale didn't do what I wanted it to do. And one day I just stopped obsessing about the scale, stopped obsessing about everything, and just did what I knew to do and just let things be. And literally, the weight just kind of started to fall off. I wasn't anxious all the time about, what I was doing and if it was working, because it was working,
Mhm.
and it was working without all the stress and anxiety. And honestly, stress and anxiety can slow down your weight loss.
Yep.
It goes against everything. It's not functional. It's useless.
Mm. Man.
And literally when I let go and just did what I need to do and stopped stressing and worrying about it and thinking about it, everything happened.
Yep. 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 Like Elizabeth said, she lost over 120 pounds, no dieting. Yep.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Hey, make a decision and then the way will be shown. That's how it goes. Hello, hello, Halo. How are you?
Let's see how you ladies doing today. How you doing today, Harp? I just like so something was on me, right? I was thinking about something, my mind going a mile a minute, right?
Hmm.
So I was thinking about something and it was like and it came to me and it was like, how like a lot of people be like, my discernment, I have discernment, right? And in order to be able to have discernment, right, you gotta read with a place of understanding with anything. You can not only in the Bible, you can go read another book and it will allow you to discern how to deal with man. It will learn how to, learn you how to deal with women based on the encounter you come with, right? So with discernment, the word discernment, right? So after reading the Bible, you read.
Can I pause you really quickly? I'm sorry, Halo. You have a really loud background noise.
Yes, I'm at the auto body shop. Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So with discernment, basically, I was talking about discernment. So it's like, they when you read the Bible, when you read their Bible and you read it, and it says about the Paul, the Peter, the Mark, the Matthew, he had 12 apostles, right? 12. How many zodiacs are there? There are 12, right? And just like, listen to me, hear me out. Just like people would take the zodiacs and understand a person's spirit, like, oh, you move like this, that, and the third. You move just like a Capricorn. You move just like a Leo. You move just like a this, that, and the third. If you read the Bible, understand that these are spirits. These people that in the Bible are spirits. That's why they all had different walks and different encounters and different relationships, right? You're supposed to read it to understand that these are just spirits that he is trying to show us that we're going to identify with in the world. Like when you realize, like, oh, you're operating in the spirit of Judah. You operating in the spirit of John. You're operating in the spirit, like, it's a spirit. So that's how people be able to discern, because it's like you're operating in this spirit. So I know what you're going to do. That's why the discernment is there, because you will be able to tell what spirit you are dealing with. So they be trying to say like it's wrong for people to be spiritual, but it's the same way, same thing with different words. If you look at it the way I don't know, if you look at it in that manner. You get what I'm saying? Like, if, like, instead of looking at it when people say I was praying, I was meditating, people say the word was God, manifestation. You get what I'm saying? It's the same thing. It's just worded different.
Yeah, it's the same thing. The only difference is with the whole 12 apostles, the 12 disciplines of mind. They're not about other people. They're all about you. They're all
Yes.
personifications of the mind. And discernment is not trying to discern the wrongness of another person's behavior. It's discerning your own mind. Because
It's
too many
discerning.
times we try to make this life be about other people when it's not about any other people. It's only about you.
instructions. It's about instruction. So we're all gonna go through the 12. This is how I looked at it. We're all gonna go through the 12 seasons of like it's 12 months in a year. We're all gonna go through the 12 phases spiritually and ourselves. So it's gonna be a time in your life that you're operating like this. There's gonna be a time in your life that you are in the spirit of Job where you lose everything, but you knew that you go. Long as I keep my peace and my happiness, I didn't lose that. Long as I didn't lose my mind, I am capable of getting everything back. Do you understand what I mean? Some people lose everything and lose their mind. So if I'm able to, get it all back, I will operate in the spirit of Judah. I will operate in the spirit of John. I will operate in the spirit of Matthew. But it's about where you do not allow yourself to get stuck at, and that's how you get to the heaven mind state. Because I did not allow myself to get stuck. I still continue to elevate. So I didn't get stuck in these spirits of these other people and operate in and pass on in that spirit. So like I said, hell is a mindset also. So if you operating in the mindset of where your vibration is low and you are, out here living chaotic and causing confusion, you're gonna go away in that same state, in that same realm. And that's why it's hell, because you passed away in a low vibrational realm versus a elevated realm.
Right. Hell is just a manifestation of fear-based mentality. That's all. Once you operate in love, you never have to worry about creating a hell ever again. You'll never experience the Job if you don't operate in fear, because he told you the thing that I greatly feared has come upon me. When you operate in love, then you never have to worry about fearing loss. That's who Judas represents, the belief in loss. You unalive, you commit the friendicide because you let go of the belief in loss, the detachment from thinking that anything could ever go against you. That's all. Here's the thing, the Christ mind no longer has you operating from the lower mind. When you're operating from the lower mind, you have not really attained Christ consciousness, because Christ consciousness only operates from the unity of the spirit. It only operates from the divine mind. It's not operating and eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It is not perceiving the reality as a right or wrong, or good or bad, good or evil. No, the Christ mind knows there's only God. There's only I am. That God is playing all parts. That there is no separation. That we all make up the body of God. But you keep trying to say that this is about not you specific, not you, Halo, but when people try to make it be about something other than who you are, that's the error. Because it's not about there are no other people. As the gentleman was saying earlier, we're infinite expressions. We're all looking in a mirror, and that mirror goes on. Those reflections are infinite, and those reflections are all you. Everyone you meet in your world is a projection of your belief system.
Exactly. And you are attracting these people because of where you are at spiritually. Where you are at spiritually is attracting these people. So when you meet someone, right? Anybody under the sound of my voice, when you meet someone and they do you wrong, right? Or they do you right, and you all like, how you get blessings and somebody be good to you and you say, oh my God, what did I do to deserve you, right? You got to say the same thing to you. We're like, damn, what have I done in my life that I am attracting this person? What part of me is where am I operating that I'm attracting you in this matter right now? Something has to change. So even with the book, so this is the thing. People read that book and feel like that book is supposed to be made for them to go out in the world and judge other people. Hold on one second.
Yep. It's only for you to judge you, and you stop judging you be okay.
You would judge. It's for you to judge. It's for you to fix you, help you, heal you, elevate you. It's all for you, not for me to go find. Oh, I met somebody and they look like this, and I prayed over them and I helped them and it made them. No, you got to do your work first. How can you do the work in somebody else and you haven't done the work in you yet?
That part.
You got to do your work first. That's it. That's what it's for. It's instructions. But guess what? It's a lot of people that don't even know how to read instructions when it comes to. They would look at the box and try to fix something. So how can you expect them to take a book and read instruction when they don't even read instructions of a 1 through 10?
You
Hey,
funny.
what's going on, guys?
1 second, could you mute, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Halo.
Oh yeah, through 10.
But you're
These are the
breaking
steps.
up. You're breaking up, Halo.
Oh, okay. Okay, so people don't be, I don't know if y'all can hear me. People don't be following the instructions of a 1 through 10, like, instructions on how to put something together. They'll look at it and say, oh, I know how to do this, and try to put it together without reading the instructions. So how can you expect people to read the instructions on their life and what their walk should be, as far as how to get them right within, how to get right within themselves? They want to try to take this, they want to look at this and say, look at the instructions here, and not try to work on them. They think that gives them the instructions to go work on somebody else. How are you gonna go work on somebody else, because you don't know them? You don't even know how they're gonna receive it. You have to work on what you know, and that's you.
Hey, 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 little baby. Hey, hey, hey. So sweet, so sweet. But you're exactly right. That's it. People, that's why I say people want to be, saviors. People don't need saviors. They don't need you to come and do what they can do for themselves. People have the ability to transform their life. You're just supposed to walk them to the water, but you can't make them drink it. All you can do is be the guiding light. You can be the light in a dark place. But some people, as the script says, the light came into the world, but the world received it not.
Well, if I could say this, I see it as your friends, they can lead you to, the lock of the door, right? But only God can lead you to the key to open that lock. That's how I see it. You can rely on your friends a lot for a lot of things. They could be your proverbial olive branch when you fall back down. They help you back up, right? Sometimes they ain't going to be there, but there's always going to be one person that's right with you in your heart, and that's always Jesus Christ.
Okay, so when you come into someone's house, do you speak or you just start talking?
Well, I figured it'd be okay to speak. I didn't mean no harm by it.
No problem. But usually when I go into someone's home, I greet the host.
I said, how you doing earlier, I thought.
Oh no, I didn't hear you.
Oh, well, how you doing?
Hello. Hello, how you doing?
Let's try it again. 2 times a charm, huh?
Oh yes. How are you doing?
I'm not too bad, y'all. Been pretty good. Just got out of classes down here at college. I'm just resting right now.
Oh, okay, cool. Nice. Okay, yeah, as you can see from my prompt, I used to be a Christian, no longer. So as you can see from our prompt,
I would say I'm probably a refound Christian.
a refound Christian. So what made you? So you left and you joined back? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't think I ever left. I just think I found my purpose individually,
Okay.
rather than hearing the words from another mortal man like we tend to do. You're hearing the individualistic view when you go to a church from the preacher man, right? I mean,
Right.
you go to the Protestants, you're hearing one side. You go to the Catholics, you're hearing another. And by the time you've gone to all of them, you've heard just a different story about one person. It's
Yep.
like,
Mm-hmm.
and there's only one thing that doesn't, elude off into its own individual interpretation. That's the Bible,
Okay.
right? And I just started noticing, like, it's up to you, the individual, and God. It's your relationship. It's not the collective of the churches,
Right.
right? It's not you giving tithe to the preacher man so he can afford a new nice Corvette,
Right.
right? I
Right.
mean, whatever it may be, it's none of that. It's you and your individual relationship with God and what He has with you. For some people, it takes a day or two to find God. Maybe it take a month. Some people it takes 10 years. But in time, you're going to find your relationship with God. And the adversity, whatever you may go through, that's how we find Him.
Mm.
And I shouldn't even say Him. See, that's one thing we do too. We humanize these celestial beings that we perceive as godlike, and it's interesting to me. We humanize them, right, in a way. I guess to be more comfortable, maybe. I don't know, but it's something we just, and I just did it. You seen it there. We do it just unconsciously, right? We call him or her, right? When we couldn't even start to think the true, like what would be the true body, the true, how would this, essence look, right? We couldn't even comprehend it. I don't think. I think our heads would explode just about, but.
Yes, and to comprehend the depth, the breadth, and the height of all there is, right? We only know in part, and we are known in part, says the script, right? Out of the mouth of Paul. So it's just because we're dimly lit here in this third dimensional space, because we have two natures twain within us. We have the nature of the I am and the nature of the human side within us. And so it's to unify the two natures that you only allow the Christ mind to lead and guide.
I'll tell you this, it's very interesting since you guys are more spiritualistic. I'll be kosher with how you call him. I guess we'll call him the funky fun guy. See, because I hear a lot of people, when they take the funky fun guy, they say, "Oh, well, I'm an atheist now because I took this and had ego death and all this." And I experienced the complete opposite. Honestly, like I have become more religious ever since. Since taking the fun guy.
Oh, yeah,
right?
I want to try it too. So what was your experience like?
Well, I'm pretty seasoned, but the last time I took one, I had just a crazy religious experience. Now, it's gonna sound crazy, y'all, but like when you take a lot of these, you're gonna see some crazy stuff. I'm just saying.
Okay.
But like
and where
I
do you
was seeing-
suggest that I find this? Because I want to know where.
Usually like. I want to be kind of kosher. What I can say, I don't want to get you live.
Right.
Usually, you can find them. Now, this sounds nasty, but this is where you find them a lot of the time in cow pastures. Like cows poop them out, and then you sort through them, and then you wash them off. Obviously,
Wow. Okay.
That's one way you find them. They grow naturally. There's many ways to find them.
Okay. Go ahead.
Now, if you live in the city, that could be a little hard. I understand, but
Yeah.
But I'll tell you that, like, a lot of people be like, "Oh, why don't just take, a tablet?" If you catch my drift, and it's not the same thing, right? Because that's like
Someone was telling me that too. It's not the same. It's not the same experience.
No, because I mean,
right?
Because I could take, some stargazers, which were naturally grown and first found in the ruins of the Machu Picchu volcano, like, where that happened, right? That's the first time. That's the first naturally grown mushroom just from the ecosystem.
Okay.
Someone gave me a phone call real quick, interrupted me like that. It's probably some damn scam caller. They always call my ass from Oregon.
My phone be on do not disturb.
Who the hell from Oregon is calling some country boy from Kentucky? Your guess is good as mine, but that's how it goes.
Yes, but you said that your experience is more of a religious concept.
Yeah, it was a very spiritual journey, to say the least. Like, I was just having these very vivid visions of like these shadows swirling me, hearing like laughter, and I interpreted it as demons, right? So, and I remember that's not even the craziest part. The craziest part is when I sit there and I look up in the air and I say, "God, if you're with me now, please help me," right? And almost in a flick, these manifestations I was seeing on the psilocybin stopped in an instant, like in a flash. And just from then on, I felt like a warm experience. I felt like real warm, from these. And people are all, they're going to hear that and be like, "Oh, you were just hallucinating." But since then, I've kind of like, what I said earlier about your friends are the key or the lock, and God is the key. That's what I was experiencing, because I couldn't get no help. My roommates were with me; they couldn't help me. They didn't know what the hell to do. But I asked upon God's help and was immediately delivered with this beautiful feeling after being in this level of darkness, as you were saying earlier, right?
Yes.
And it's I don't mean to get all preachy. I guess I come from the background, but like
Nope, you're good.
Yeah, like I grew up in church, and they always used to say that I was going to be a preacher when I was a little kid, and I kind of just fell off, the wagon, I guess, and built my own in a sense. And well, lo and behold, now I'm a communications major in college, so there's that. So
Nice, nice.
so it kind of works out in some way. God has it work. He works it out in mysterious ways. That's what I found.
I think that based on your subconscious belief system, that's what's going to show up in your funky fungi experience. Like
Oh yeah.
you always still had that deep rooted religious perspective with the whole, demon type mentality, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would say you had a fear of it, right? Because when you noticed it, that's when you called out to God. That's when you cried out to God because you were in fear of these things doing something to you, taking possession of you, or whatever you thought was going to happen.
Oh, it was crazy.
Right, right. And I'm saying that because you had this deep fear of this teaching, you manifested it and it became magnified through this trip. Whereas
It can,
atheists, they're not going to have that experience because they don't fear devils because they don't know nothing about. They completely said that's made up. It's fairy tale. It's not a real thing. So when they had the experience, they're not going to have your
but
experience because their deep subconscious belief doesn't resonate with them.
and I
That
get
doesn't
that, but
resonate.
in a way, you're going to feel this, and you can call it. We can change the labels: negative energy, bad mojo,
Right.
demonic, whatever it may be. Right? Call it what it is. It's bad energy, right? That you're getting that's
But
being
is it
emitted to
energy that's
you.
separate from you or energy that is you? See, I think when you
And
talk
now that's a
about
good question.
when you talk about the devils, you're making it separate from you.
Now
And I
that is a
believe the
very good
experiences
question.
show you that it's a part of you, and the way you reconcile that or it dissipates is you
Well,
recognize that it actually has no power over you because you
the
created it.
funky fungi, right? It's all about like diagnosing your fault lines, right? And
Right.
what you can kind of like what can be rewired in there in a sense that's bad. Like, oh, you're depressed, instead of taking this, pharmaceutical chalked up with 75, side effects, right? You got one here that just makes everything swirl for a couple hours, and then your brain is desynchronized for up to 2 weeks, right? And you're kind of in this like flow state, right? It's rather the science on the funky fungi itself is just it's very interesting. And then when you start getting into the religious dynamics, and then you start looking and see how all these other cultures, even some Christian cultures were taking up in uses of psilocybin, and like having religious experiences with it, like the Native Americans, for example, would use peyote, and they would have their religious things around fires and such, right? So there's it through different cultural interpretations and things. There's always been there like this substance or something that's used to been basically a stair, not a, I shouldn't say stairway, but like basically like a old rotary phone for God, right? Like all you gotta do is just dial it up, and then there you go, right?
Right, right, right. Yeah, I mean, I would say we agree on a lot of things. The only thing is that when I don't know your concept of God is something outside of you, or you recognize that God is in you.
I think, see, that's a good question. I do kind of feel like God is with us in a way. And like I was saying with the earlier about like was the bad energy I was feeling, was that an outside source or was that something within me? And I do think that was something kind of festered in me. Like there's these negative. It's like think about like I tell my friends this, like when I have to be the setter, right, and they're freaking the fuck out. I tell them all the time. I'm like, hey man, I want you to close your palms, and all it is recycled breathing. If you ever played sports, but you tell them while they're freaking out, you're like, hey man, breathe in your nose, and you're breathing in all the good energy. And when you exhale, you're exhaling all the bad air, all the bad energy, right? And in a way, that works for them, right? It's kind of funny. Uh, but that's how I see it in a way, just with taking these, mushroom or these funky fungi, excuse me, about caught myself there. Uh, it's like it's this spiritual battle almost. It's ridding out this bad energy that might have been instilled within you, and it's instead of cutting it from the leaves, it's cutting it from the root, right? It's getting down to the root of the problem instead of just something that's kicking it down the road, if I could say. If that makes any sense. I know that gets kind of like very esoteric. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm good on the esoteric. I love the esoteric. So
Yeah, like I would say, like I'm a Gnostic Christian,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So
All
like
right.
I don't believe in denominations, but I do believe in Christ and God, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's like I think denominations, just like politics and politicians, they do nothing but divide
Yep.
the common masses,
Mm-hmm.
right? They
Yep.
want you to be Coke or Pepsi, then they get mad at you when you're an RC fan,
Right.
right?
Right.
And it's ridiculous,
Yep. Which I think that's what our religion is divisive, right? It's all pick a side, pick a side, pick a side. When there's no side to pick, we're all in this together.
No, it's God's side.
Right.
It's one big team. It's one big collective goal, and that is to see the well being of humanity, to see the well being of your neighbor. To
Yep.
do right by them. Let
Yep.
them do right by you. I mean, and of course that's not going to happen all the time, and that's why we come together and we say, what can we do, right?
Yeah.
Instead of fucking running around like chickens with their heads cut off like we've done the past 15 years, it looks like, or at least I've been alive and turned on the news channel.
Oh yeah. I don't turn on. I haven't watched
And I mean, I'm only 20. I got a long way
Okay.
in this game.
Yeah. Yo. Wow. You gotta. Yeah. Okay. You're.
You know,
Yeah. Okay. You're saying age is my son. He's 20.
that's what's up.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah. You got a good head on your shoulders. You're just. I'm hoping you're just living your best life without any condemnation, regret, remorse, no shame, no guilt.
Well,
You know.
one thing I've learned that when it comes to regrets, why are we spending too much regretting on our past mistakes more or less than reflecting on those mistakes, right? I mean, there is a learning moment within each mistake you make, right? What's the moment out there that you can switch around and say, like, say today something happens, get in a car accident, right? Can you sit there and say this is the worst moment of my life, or can you sit there and say I've been through worse, I can get out of this, and I will endure, right? And that's how you got to be about it.
Yep. Perspective is everything, isn't it?
Of course,
Yep.
100%.
Yep. And that's all we say. That's all we say, that your reality is the way it is because the way you're perceiving it. And if you just perceived it differently, it would be different.
Of course, and that's my thing is, and I think God thinks the same, is, if you believe in a certain fashion, it might, and, some people don't like it because it's going against the traditionality of things, right? But I think if you do right by people, whether you call yourself a religious, religious, whatever, agnostic, atheist, but you do right by people. You don't go out of your way to be an asshole. You give back the least bit you can. I mean, it's a bare minimum at times. That there's a place rewarded for you after in this world, I think. And it truly, I think that's how Jesus would have wanted it too. If just he don't care about no labels. As long as you're helping your neighbor in need, that's means more than anything right there.
Yeah. I mean, thing is, I see it as you help people by helping them help themselves.
Of course.
Right. And so heaven is within you. It's your state of mind. It's your consciousness. It's your awareness. And everyone is realizing a different world because everyone perceives the world differently. No two people are experiencing the same world because
Exactly.
no people are thinking the same thing. And so if you can see your world as a reflection of you and what you're doing to others, you're actually doing to you. Oh, what a wonderful world this world would be.
Well, to me, it's like that. It's like that old glass full or glass half full, or is it half empty analogy, right? And that's
Right,
how
right, right.
a lot of people kind of look at it at times, and I'm just. It's just, to me, it's a glass. Sometimes it's either going to be full or empty. Either way. I mean, what can we do to keep when someone's at the last sip of that glass? Are we going to be the ones to Now, we're not going to fill the whole damn thing up, right? But we're going to fill it up a little bit, to sit there and be like, hey, we're here with you. We're going to sit here out here with you and make sure you're okay, and be that, like I said earlier, the proverbial olive branch to help someone back up. Now, that you can't be, someone can't be totally reliant, like you were saying earlier. You can force a mule to water, and you can't expect them to drink, of course, but that's the intention is there. You know what I'm saying? Like, just the
Right.
intention is saying like, hey, I want to help you. Now, if they want to
Right.
accept it, that's another thing,
Yep.
right? And
Yep.
if they accept it and still go about the other way, instead of saying like, okay, here's step 2, this is what you need to do next, right? You can't do anything about that because that's their own individualistic mindset, right?
Yep.
You can only do what you can do. So when they go about it the way you didn't intend, you can't beat yourself up about it, right? I always tell people that, man. Like, like I'm in a fraternity down here. Like, we just had Rush, right? Well, some guy ended up going to a different fraternity. Well, man, I've tried talking to him. I was like, you can't beat. This guy's a new guy. I've been in here about 3 years now, but
Okay.
this guy's like his second year, so he's kind of a little hurt because the guy he talked to wouldn't join ours. I was just like, well, man, he didn't. He wasn't about what we liked, and I was like, we're going to find plenty of more people that are, more quality over quantity, right? Like a lot of people when they're wanting to, whether it be hiring or trying to get something to represent, at least in like fraternity college culture sense. I don't know what the age demographic of the crowd here is, but a lot of people, they just try to get about 20 people just to make it look good on paper, right? When you may keep 10 or 15, right? Like, or so many drop out because they just got too wild or just didn't pay attention in class, the usual. And what we tried to always do was men that were had their mind on academics, tried to, you can have fun, but it's like there's a reward with having that fun, right? Like, if anybody ever played
Nigger, nigger,
sports,
nigger, 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 nigger,
now,
nigger,
see,
nigger,
that
nigger,
person,
nigger,
they've
nigger,
never
nigger,
had
nigger.
any kind of reward in their life, so they get on TikTok and they just say words to get lives taken down when we're having good discussion. But
Right.
like,
It's like folks don't have anything else better to do.
no, that just makes no sense. I don't understand that.
I mean, can't take it personal. Don't take it personal. I don't take it personal.
No, you can't. You can't. People get up. They do it on my live all the time. I'll have see, I like having political lives myself more. I don't usually do the religious game, but
okay.
It's what I usually do is one of my favorite people on this planet. His name is Daryl Davis, and he sat there and talked to the Klansmen as a black man, not in a way of what we see in the media of people coming to blows and all this, but as a way to just say, why do you hate me as what I am, and why am I taught to hate you, right? And a lot of these men, they talk about Jesus, things like this, and they realize that there's no reason to be, this upholded hate over each other and this see each other as a perceived threat. And they ended up over 200 and counting, still going. He still talks to these people that ended up discarding their robes and denouncing themselves of the tri-cap.
Okay.
And it's so I run these lives, right? Well, we'll have like the communist, we'll have the National Socialist, the fascist on there. We'll have them all on there.
Okay.
Right? Because a lot of people, they just they're so it's like what's the buzzword? Echo chamber, they call it, I guess.
Oh, you went mute there. I don't know. Maybe he got a phone call. Yep, phone call.
Maybe.
Absolutely, Eddie.
Good discussion.
It was a good discussion. Like great perspective, great young man. I liked his perspective. I'll say you like if it works for you, and not trying to convince anyone of anything, right? Not trying to, make people see life the way you see it. You're back, Lando? We can't hear you now. Oh, okay, no problem. No problem. I gotta talk to grandma.
Man, sounds like a grown man.
I know, right? He's like you said, he's a non-traditional Christian because messing with the magical mushrooms, magical shrooms. That's a no-no in Christendom.
Yeah, they don't like that too much.
Right, you say you always got to answer when Granny calling. I know that's right.
Yeah. Listen, gotta always answer.
I don't know. Key said, "Why do they think that hurt us?" I don't know. I think they think that's everybody's offended by that word. That word means absolutely nothing. You know, when people that's offended by that word.
Crazy. I swear, it's like funny. It's funny now because it's like, oh wow. It's not even. It's whatever.
It means absolutely nothing.
I'm just saying, like, what is going on?
Hey, Key.
Hey guys, it's funny because I always laugh. I was actually picking my son up from school. This is when he was still in high school, and I'm driving. We live in a predominantly, I guess white neighborhood or whatever. And so it was a crowd of kids, and all I heard was N word this, N word this, N word that. And I'm like, oh my God. So I turned around and I'm thinking it was going to be like a whole bunch of, it was all white people calling each other the N word. It was some like they were calling each other the N word. Like and I was like, oh, and like you literally saw like the girls were like N word to another white girl. The same thing with the guys. Like they just took over the term. Like they stole the term from us. So it's like
they can have it.
They can have it. So it's
I have a story about that. It was absolutely
go ahead.
Same thing. Same thing. I was going to my car in the parking garage, and it was early in the morning because I was going to the gym, and there were 3 white guys in the parking garage arguing, and they were like, calling each other N-word, and they were fighting. And I was like, wow. Like, and one guy hit the other guy and knocked the other guy out. And I was like, wow. Calling each other N-word. This is wild. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's lost its effect because my son, like, he would be called, and I didn't realize this, he would be called the N-word all the time. And I'm like, did you ever like beat the guy up? And he was like, no, like that doesn't bother me. I don't care. So it's like our kids they're not even affected by the N-word anymore.
No,
right?
It's lost its thing.
It's lost it.
Good thing it's
lost it. Because when that guy said that, all I could do was crack up laughing, like it was hilarious.
Anytime they use some of our words, like it just loses its flavor immediately. Like it's just not even cool anymore. It's like, oh man, it broke out of the.
I'm not gonna even say our word. That was never my word.
I hear you.
I don't claim that word.
I hear you. I just mean in general when people take stuff that. Yeah, when they take things from other folks, I don't know if it belongs to us or not, whatever. But
right.
It just
now the A at the end is what we changed it to.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yes.
That's what I mean.
Ian said his Navy buddies called them my ninja. Called him, what up, my ninja? How you doing, ninja?
Oh Lord.
Hey, Lindo.
Hey, my bad for the phone call, y'all. My
no, you're good.
You always got to answer when your granny's calling. That's just
of course. Hey, say it doesn't hurt slapping someone though. It doesn't hurt me at least. That's funny. Mm-mm. What up, A-Town? What up? What was your final thoughts, Lando?
I'm trying to remember where I was at.
I know you were talking about your panel that you do with them.
Oh yeah, we'll do
Yeah, I don't get into the politics, and really, this only turns into a religious discussion when Christians join. This is not a religious platform. It
Oh yeah.
only turns into us talking about religion if a Christian joins. When a
Well,
Christian is not on the scene, we're talking manifestation.
I see mine as like it's like a sandbox, just with more, political seasoning, I guess. The main premise, of course, is politics, but we go off and talk about everything a little bit.
Okay,
I
I
don't
don't get
really
into the
keep
political
decorum.
discussion. Yeah. Now, if you would have called me about 8 years ago, I'd been all up in that.
Oh yeah. But you reach a point to where you're just like, this is bread and circuses, and you're just
Right.
and some people look at me and they're like, dude, you're 20. Are you okay talking like that? I'm just like, yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, it's all a charade to me. It's all a game.
But to me, I think it's a good thing, because if I'm in such a no, or I feel this certain way, I know there's got to be a lot more young individuals that are also just uh, are no longer complacent to what's going on politically, all that anymore. Uh, you know, whatever partisan side they're on, that's besides the point. I just think people are just kind of taking these rose tinted lenses off when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like you said, religion is divisive. So left,
Oh
right,
yeah, and it
right,
shows right now too that at least
yeah.
Christianity is rising in the United States once again. It's the first time in, I think, like 10 years we've seen that. So
Oh,
uh,
really?
I read that the other day. Now, of course, you have to take that with a grain of salt, because
Right.
uh,
Because it's 45,000 denominations. So which brand of Christianity
exactly
on
right.
the rise, right?
Like, we don't know. It could be like, it could be the non-denominational or whoever. Which I think the non-denominational stuff is kind of crazy. Like, if you're really wanting to get into religion, like, why would you want to make it more and more modern? Right. The whole point is to keep some kind of like tradition in a way. That's so the modernized religion. Like, I seen a church in Colorado once, and they were like having Super Bowl halftime shows and serving beer.
Oh,
And,
wow. Okay. They
and
have
I'm
a
just kind of
party
like,
for real.
this
It's
sounds
like,
this sounds cool, but I just think that's kind of wild. Like,
yeah,
I don't think if I'm in a state of worship,
like
I'm
a
not.
local bar, huh? It's turned into
Yeah, I'm not there to drink for a state of worship. Like, now,
wow.
celebration's one thing. Now, people think you can't drink if you're a Christian. That's not true. Jesus turned water into wine for celebrations all the time, right? But it wasn't, about it was the celebration of life, not celebration to put down somebody, saying like, oh, we're going to celebrate this person because or celebrate because this person got canceled or something like this. So, it's to celebrate being alive, waking up that morning and say, God, thank you for another day. That's what a party is right there.
Okay.
So it was never about, this whole thing about that was really Protestantism that brought forth this notion that you can't drink and all of this, because Catholics, they enjoy them a sip of wine. I mean, hell, you see priests, in Rome, that are, for years, they've kept on family traditions of having a winery.
Yeah. I mean,
You
like I
know,
said, everybody had their own brand of, I don't know. I don't see the Bible from a literal historical point of view. I see it as a literal spiritual point of view. That it's all about the mind. It's not about someone who existed in time or space. It wasn't about someone unaliving for the sins of the world. Because my thing is, well, if the person unalived for the God unalived for the sins of the world, then why is sin still a thing, or why would you be punished for sinning? If he unalived for it, then you should be free to do it because he paid for it. He ransomed you with his life. So then sin, there should be no more penalty for sin because he was the propitiation for sin. So I don't understand that whole concept. Makes no sense. It makes no sense. That's why I'm no longer a Christian. That's why I left religion.
to me,
Because it makes no sense at all.
well, I mean, there are some preconceived notions, just like I have, like politics, like the natural law, that like naturally you don't need a ruling force or a hierarchy to sit there and enforce what should be illegal or what should be deemed immoral. Like if I just walked into your house and pew pewed you randomly, didn't know you, right? Most people are going to be like, well, we need to probably arrest him or string him up one, right? Why did he do that to that poor innocent woman? Nobody knows. He just did it, right? Well, that's illegal. Now, if we sit there and say, well, sin doesn't matter. Should I walk free? Right? Should I walk
I
free
mean,
from taking
I
that
don't like.
life? If that's a sin, I
Okay,
took the
hold
life
on,
of an
Lando.
innocent.
So, okay, Lando. So first of all, I don't like being in people's hypotheticals. So you
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to use
so you
that.
can use somebody else as a hypothetical.
I wasn't using
Somebody
that
else
as like
just
a
got.
way to be rude. I'm just
I
saying.
know, but words have power, and I know they have power, and you have to be careful of the words that you use.
Okay, I apologize.
Because they are they.
I do apologize. I'm just.
and my thing is that this what you just described goes on every day. Of course, people unalive people and get away with it. They don't do time. Everybody doesn't do time for unaliving other people, because at one point in time in this society, it was okay. Because when you see a person as less than human, you say it's okay to take their life and not have to do any penalty or punishment behind it.
And
correct.
And I understand that. See, but that's a human making that judgment. What is God's judgment out of that?
Right, but that's because humans don't like the way that this world is built, so we created this God and said there's an ultimate judgment when there is none. There is no hell at the end of this life. There's no ultimate judgment at the end of this life. I mean, it's convenient to say that because we don't like that, humans will do the ultimate quote unquote sin and unalive one another. However, that's part of the game that we're all decided to play.
I think
we're in a movie. And everybody in a movie, they're playing characters, right? You have your villains, you have your heroes, you have your bad guys, you have your good guys. But everybody in the movie understand that none of this stuff is really happening.
Well, to me, I think Earth
is that people forget that this is a movie and none of this stuff is real.
To me, I think Earth is like it's kind of like hell's waiting room, but it's got like a McDonald's play place, right? There's a lot to it. It's not just small and contested or congested, right? I mean, this world we walk, it's a large world, right? But I think, there's a lot of evil and there's a lot of good. It's like this just, we talk about, what do they call it? Like the middle state of heaven and hell, like it's purgatory, right? In a way, this is your purgatory. As I see it. You live on, and it's a place of judgment. It's what did you do in the the years allocated to you, right? Or
who's judging this? Who's keeping a record of these wrongs that you may be doing or not doing?
Internally, we do. We keep those judgments, right? And that's why we either we don't look to God or we stray from God, because one, we think, some people think,
but you said this is purgatory, right? So this is the whole.
In a sense, I mean, it's not necessarily like it's ever going, right?
Right. So after, what do you think happens after this life?
And that's the thing, right? It's not my place to know. I'll find out then. That's why I think we about
do you think there's a place to go? Do you think there's a place to go after this?
I would like to think so, but I really, that we have drove ourselves so crazy. Almost every, religion, denomination of Christianity, the atheists, the Satanists, whatever, they drove themselves crazy to say what's next, right?
Right.
And
right.
It's not
the only
reason
I'm asking, because I don't really care either, is because you were saying that there's this there's this record that's going to be kept. What is the purpose of the record? This judgment that's going on. What's the purpose of it?
Well, I think naturally, you're remembered by what you did in life, and in a way, when you go forward, your soul is judged in a way. I think, the skin, humans can only judge you about the skin, Like, I mean, that's like I said, the analogy earlier. I went and went in someone's house and just pew-pewed him. Why'd he do it? Nobody knows. He just did it, right? Well, they're going to judge me, send me to life without parole, right? Okay, he passes on. Well, that guy was terrible. Just what he did, well, that's not even half the judgment I'm receiving. The soul is going to be condemned for doing that, unless he didn't repent or something. I mean, and
By who?
I honestly think
Who's condemning the soul?
one thing I would say God would, but I don't think God is often all loving. God is also God could be just as wrathful as he could be loving, right? People want to think that it's all sunshine and rainbows and God's Jerry Garcia at Winterland 72, and that's not the case. Like, it just isn't. God could be just as angry as he could be nice, and I think 100% that's how it is.
Okay, I'll disagree with you, but I mean, if you're saying God is something outside of you, now the nice, nasty God is within you. That's why human beings pew pew one another and why they do all of the horrific atrocities to one another, because the mind is God. I'm not making God something separate from you. I'm not making God
Yeah, I understand
some
what you're saying.
entity outside of you. God is your mind. And whatever the mind of man can conceive, he most certainly will achieve. And when the mind of man operates with fear, fear is what's evident in hatred and jealousy and envy and manipulation and control and the doing of the atrocities that man does to one another.
But you are gifted free will, are you not? Right? That's the whole notion. Like, if there's a bear trap in front of me, I could choose to step on the pressure plate, or I could sit there and be like, knowing this is going to hurt me, I could do it anyway, or I could just walk to the side of it and tell the other people, be a good servant to God, be like, hey, don't be this is a bad place to walk right here. Obviously, like,
what do you
simple
think
analogy, but
is why people do the unaliving of one another? Why do people do it?
And I think that's one thing that's we've made thousands of TV shows, we've made 100 different kind of careers in law enforcement to try to figure that one out, and we still hardly can't, right? And it's what is the defining moment that leads to someone brandishing that? What is how you can't even describe how they feel, how the air smells, it's just like blood in the water for them or something. I could, to me, I could never, perceive taking someone's life. I mean, I'm
right. The reason why they do it because they're tormented, and they're thinking that getting rid of this person is going to relieve them of the torment. And then next time they experience it from another person, because they think it's coming from outside of them. Now, let me get rid of this person. And then that still doesn't know. Well, let me get rid of it. They think that the peace is going to come from outside when the peace only comes from within. The reason why we have these atrocities is because this world is a fear-based world. That's why you're told in the script that you weren't given the spirit of fear, but of love, power, and a sound mind. That fear is torment. But if you're perfected in love, it casts out fear.
Did you just quote 2 Timothy?
People aren't perfected in love. Oh, for fear is not for fear. You weren't given the spirit of fear, right? And then the other one is 1 John. So, but I don't try to remember where the scripts are found, because once I left Christianity, I can remember some scripts, but I don't necessarily remember where they're found in the book.
I hear it. I guess like I said, though,
here's the thing. So I reference 1 Corinthians the 13th chapter 4 through the 8th verse when it comes to love, right? That's my reference for love.
Yeah.
So there's one particular script in those verses that says, love keeps no record of wrong. So I'm saying either the script is wrong when it's referring to God, because God is love, and it's telling me right there in that script that, love don't really keep records of wrong. So this whole thing of God is keeping a record of all the evil things, the evil thoughts, everything you've ever done in life, and he's going to present you this roll of wrongdoing at the judgment seat. Yeah, that don't go along with that script. So either
I get
we
that.
don't know we don't understand the concept of God, or we need to just not reference this script and say I don't really go by what this book is saying.
You see what I said earlier, right? Like, again, that's all we can make those assumptions, right? And that's all they are at the end of the day, are assumptions, right? This is what we do to try to understand. And at times, this is what I've defaulted to at least to my understanding of God so far, is, again, we're not supposed to figure it out. We're not supposed to. We're not supposed to understand it. We're not supposed to probably even comprehend it, right? It will be there and it will be laid out, and if it's whatever it is perceived as, you know,
I
whether it be
disagree with the
bad
whole
or
thing.
good,
You're
that
not
will be
supposed to
then.
question. I disagree with that. That
I
you can't know.
I guess I'm more. I guess I'm more in the the finding out stage instead of the
Hmm.
effing around. Like,
Because
I guess
again, when you
I'll
make
just find
God
out.
be this entity outside of you that you have to pay your respects to and bow down to and pledge your allegiance to, well, yes, you're going to have that perspective. Well, he God, he gets to do whatever he want to do, and who am I to question God? That's not how I perceive God. I'm not making God be this entity outside of me that says I got these lists of demands, and girl, if you don't follow these lists of demands, then hell is your you get a one-way ticket to hell. I don't perceive God from that perspective. That's not a loving God that would
Well,
know, that would create a reality where it knows that I'm not gonna be able to keep these lists of demands, created this tree that knew that would be pleasing to the eye of
well,
supposedly my forefathers, my parents of generations, this Adam and Eve people couple,
but as I've said,
and to say that I have to pay for someone else's mistakes is the most unloving thing a loving God could ever do. Is to say that because these two people did not obey, everybody else got to suffer. What the hell?
well,
I'm not
I
judged
don't
by
think
my
it's.
own deeds.
I
I'm
think it's
judged
more
by somebody else's
individualistic.
deeds. I'm judged
It's
by somebody else's deeds. Oh, hell
no,
to
yeah.
no.
I don't think you pay for someone else's
Yes,
deeds.
because the teaching of Christianity says that we all are born of sin. We all are originated in sin based on Christianity's interpretation of scripture.
Well,
But
yeah,
we are paying for it.
they based it off the original sin of Adam and Eve, right? And then they kind of work off from there. And I've always, that's something I've always been at, bay with as well. I could say, it's there's a lot, and that's the thing. We don't. That's why, as a 20-year-old, I express humility of not knowing everything, right? And later in life, maybe I'll find that answer. Maybe I'll find it tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at now, all I can do is just live the best I can, and thank God I'm living well, and hope to live then to find that answer.
I don't think that's humility. That's just deciding to be ignorant. Because here's the thing:
Well,
your script tells you when you
okay,
ask, you shall always receive. So if you really want to know, all you have to do is ask. Because when you ask, you always receive. When you seek, you shall always find. And when you knock, the door is
my
always open.
my
So
thing
you're
is
just
though.
choosing not to know when you can
Sometimes,
actually
but sometimes when
know.
you ask, you expect a question you weren't expecting. This answer,
It don't matter what
right?
here's the
And
thing. That's the thing with asking. You're not supposed to have any type of you're supposed to go, this is the humbling
but
part
with
of it.
that,
This is where the humility comes. Stop thinking you know what the answer going to be. How about just
I'm not
go?
saying I know what the answer is.
Right.
That's
So
my
if you
whole
know
point.
that, why can't you just let the answer come however it
That
comes?
that would be
Why
my
are you
whole
trying to
point. It
decide
would
what it should
be
be?
understanding the meaning of that answer, right? Rather than we could be told
Well,
something and not know what it means, right? But
no, because the script also says, in all thy getting understanding. Ask it to be explained to you. I don't quite get this. Make it sense. Make it
but
plain.
then okay, and then as you said earlier, as someone that we shared this, we go to different denominations and we can't seem to find that answer, right? Because you hear a different interpretation of that answer, right? That's what I'm saying here. The answer itself is within your life experience. I'm not saying like some Joe off the streets telling you. I'm saying life is telling you that answer. Sometimes you sit there and you're just like, I don't get it, right? But if you persist on, eventually you're going to sit there and say, "I do now, God. I understand what you were telling me then." Right?
Yeah,
It's
so
not
we're in
in a it's
agreement
not so
there.
much in a like in a physical sense that someone is telling you verbally what the answer is or holding up a
Right,
sign, visually, right?
right,
It's in the sense of your heart, like you know what I
right.
mean.
Yeah,
That's what I'm trying to say. Maybe I
yeah,
should have.
yeah. We're in agreement there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like the way you put that. Exactly. I'm gonna go to the next guest. I got about 20 more
Oh
minutes.
yeah, I'm gonna hop
Bye.
off. I
Oh,
appreciate you having me.
yes, yes. I enjoyed you. Enjoyed you so much. Thank you for joining, Lando.
Of course.
Who was it? I am Kevin. Hello, I am Kevin.
What's up, sis? I got to tap in, which I told you I was going to be following you and tapping
Yeah,
in.
yeah, yeah. You did.
Yeah, I caught the last little bit, but you know what? You just said something that I had a question. So, this is like my second week of deconstructing all the madness that I've been in for 48 years of my life, right?
Oh wow.
And so, yeah, so I had this question that just hit me maybe yesterday, and I'm talking to my homeboy, and this was really just what doesn't make sense to me, especially for uh, Caucasian Christians, your foundational American Christian. How is it so autonomously easy for Christians to accept the condemnation that comes with the sins and transgressions of their so-called forefathers being Adam and Eve, that they'll easily accept the condemnation, which is eternal damnation and separation from God, for what those two alleged humans did eons of time ago at the beginning of time. But when Black Americans say, hey, white America, your forefathers transgressed against my forefathers and did evils against us. And they can say, well, we weren't around in slavery. We had nothing to do with that. Well, you wasn't in the Garden of Eden either.
Right.
So how do you easily accept that transgression? But when it comes to actual provable transgressions that we can prove and have tangible evidence that your forefathers actually committed and still are committing to this day, that you disassociate yourself with that transgression, but you so cool with the other. Like that doesn't make sense to me. I haven't I just that this and so what's really weird, sis, is that when you start unplugging yourself from the nonsense, especially being a black so-called Christian, which is like I just don't understand why I was so accepting of that when Christianity and I've said this in your comments, American Westernized Christianity, it is the Antichrist.
Hmm.
That is the wide path that leads to destruction that the scriptures talked about.
Yep.
Jesus was not a Christian. He was a Gnostic,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
There's other things that I've just found this week, like Moses did not write the 5 books of the Bible, unless
Mhm.
somebody can prove to me that not only did he write the first 5 books of the Bible, but he wrote in his death. He also wrote in the people that was going to bury him. He also wrote in where he was going to be buried at in this valley, and then told the whole world in third person, mind you, that nobody would be able to find where I'm buried, and then
Right.
dies.
Right.
Like this, it's not making any sense, man. And so the more you get into this, the more you start to deconstruct and you start to peel back the lies and the foolery. It doesn't make any sense. The Bible of the God of the Old Testament does not seem like the Yeshua of the New Testament. Like they don't agree. He called us worms and maggots. That's how God referred to humanity. He wanted to destroy us, but yet Yeshua said that I'm the light of the world.
Mm.
These two don't sound the same.
Said it don't sound the same.
They don't talk with the same vernacular. Adam and Eve, she sought out knowledge. Says she wanted knowledge. That's why she ate from the tree.
Right.
Knowledge. She wanted wisdom. Wisdom is the derivative of knowledge, just like humans, according to the Genesis passage. We are derivatives of God. We come from.
Right.
So if they were kicked out of the Garden of Eden for her getting the fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, why did God provide Solomon when he said, what do you want? And he said, I want wisdom. Why did God then give him freely
Mm.
what he kicked Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden for? It
Mm.
doesn't make sense.
Mm.
He gave him all the wisdom and knowledge in the world. He was the smartest man according to the Bible.
Right.
Tell me if I'm right or wrong, but that's what I'm seeing. So when you take the red pill, all the BS, I don't curse. I wish I could. I'm gonna use my BT cuss words. All the mother loving BS, it don't add up. It don't add up. I'm starting to see this more and more every day.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah. And the
that's
thing
all
is,
I wanted.
that's why, cause that's why I don't take the Bible as a literal. It's not a
You can't.
historical book. No.
Yeah, yeah.
Not a
All right,
historical.
sis, be good, man. I appreciate you. I'm gonna keep
Oh,
following.
yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for stopping
You're
by.
welcome.
Appreciate you.
Yep.
Amen.
Did June drop?
Yeah, she did. She didn't mean to come up.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, when you take that back, it does seem like it's telling two different stories, but actually, it's the soul's journey. That's what the book is about. Falling into what it called generation to be regenerated. That which descended, that which can ascend has to first descend, right? We descended upon this plane and we forgot all about who we are. That was the purpose. To experience everything, right? Because everything is contained in the Father, the absolute, all things, right?
Absolutely.
And then the Son, who we are, the manifestation of the I am, we get to judge what it is we're experiencing. And then the judgment you want to make is righteous judgment. That all things are good for me. All things work together for my good. All right? So it's all about that reframing. And I know the other guy, what's his name, different, want us to operate from this dualistic mindset. Oh, balance, balance, balance. They think balance means good and evil. Balance means contrast and is really the wanted and the unwanted. It's not that it's evil, it's just a necessary happening. You're judging it as evil because you
Right.
just don't want it to go that way. But that's the least path of resistance for you, for the thing that you're asking to experience. But you don't like that that's the road less traveled. That's the path for you. And so you judge it as wrong, you judge it as evil, you judge it as negative, you judge it as low vibrational, as opposed to it's just a happening.
Right. That's the thing. It's like once we start making certain things high vibrational, certain things low vibrational, to me that's just like religion. I don't know. It sounds way too much like religion to me.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's why, I mean, that's part of the reason why I have this persona online. It's like, no, I am toxic, right? It's not literally me saying I'm actually toxic. It's me saying I have the permission to have and do and be both.
Yep.
And, you know, that's what I'm trying to, that's kind of how it started. It was just, kind of as a joke even.
Okay.
But it's like this concept of like duality is black and white thinking, literal black and white thinking. Saying one thing is one and one thing is the other, as opposed to being like, yeah, there's a lot of gray area. There's a lot of things that you can really.
Because it's not this or that, it's this and that.
Exactly. Yeah.
You are white and you are black. You are both. There's not no separation. It's not divisive as we would led to believe. That it is one coin on both sides. It's still the one coin though.
Exactly.
So, and that's what we try to make it like, no, there's two coins. No, it's not two coins. It's only one. And really the trick is to stop seeing it from the dual. The whole point of awakening is to rise above the duality. That's the purpose of awakening, to see past the duality.
Yeah, because the duality is like oneness. It's that inherent judgment.
Yep.
And if you take that judgment away and you remove it, then everything is neutral.
Yep.
And like I love when people say the 3D is neutral. Like you're making something about you when it's not even about you. Like I'm over here driving thinking someone's tailgating me and thinking, oh my God, they think I'm driving too slow. And I'm a fast driver, so that's a little hard to do. But I'm just over here like, why is this person up on my ass on my car? This people, they're trying to get somewhere. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me at all.
Actually, it does. It has everything to do with you, Latoxi. Everything to do with you. You created that whole experience just to say somebody all in your ass.
Yes.
Up off my ass.
Yep. Because you know what? I got rear-ended when I first got my first car at like 16. I had just got the car and I was stopped at a stoplight. And an old person, I think, was having a heart issue or something. They were having a health issue. Rammed right into the back of my car. First day I got it.
Wow.
And so ever since, it shook me because I was a new driver. So I wasn't, Anyway, so long story short, ever since then, I've always been like really looking at my rearview mirror because in my mind, I'm like, okay, I can have time to swerve out of the way if someone's trying to hit me, So it's something that I've always done since then. But at the time I couldn't do it because I was locked. I was in between multiple cars, so it wasn't going to work. But anyway, long story short, it's like those little things can really, if you tell that story and say, because I was actually really afraid of getting rear-ended for a long time after that. It just became a part of my experience while I was driving. And I finally realized, you know what? I don't have to be super, super hawkeye watching my rearview mirror. Regardless of what happens, everything's going to be okay. It's not the end of the world, whatever. We got it. Everything is going to be fine. I got insurance. You know what I mean? Like worst case scenario, I have to get a new car and my car's really old. So
you told a whole new story around it.
Exactly. Like everything is all good.
Man,
it's all fine.
That's how it works, right? That's how it goes. It's so simple.
Yes.
Wasn't that simple? And so they relinquished that whole fear of it happening again. Because that's what creates anxiety for people, right? And people go to that worst case scenario. Like what they experienced, yes, it could have been worse, but the thing was so minute. It was just a fender bender. But now you're thinking, but what if this would have happened? Or what if it happens again? Right? And so now you're creating this whole scenario of tension, anxiety, helplessness. Like you feel disempowered because I can't really control nobody else's car. What if somebody don't see me? What if somebody having another health scare? What if, you start creating all these realities when, just to do what you did. Let me reframe this. Because actually, I'm going to drive like I got car insurance.
Exactly.
like Elizabeth would say, I drive like I got ticket money.
That's exactly what I do too. I'm with her on that because I used to get tickets like crazy. And then I finally decided I'm not getting any more tickets. I changed my driving a little bit, but not too much. But finally I was like, no, I'm not getting tickets. But even if I do get a ticket, I'll pay it. It's no big deal.
Yep. They born again say that's what creates it happening again. Yes, because you keep thinking about the past, right? You get that loop of your past is now becoming your future because you keep talking about it from that perspective.
Yep, absolutely. And it's so the change of the mind is so powerful.
Yep, that's the power of awareness, man. If you guys haven't read that by Neville Goddard, that's the book to read. The power of awareness, because that's where your power lies, in your awareness of your thinking. The Toxic gave a great example of showing how she was aware of creating a situation that didn't exist and realized if I keep thinking this, I'm going to create the reality of it actually existing.
Right.
So let me reframe my story. Let me tell a different story.
Absolutely.
But don't you notice people always say they get in accidents? Do you know anybody like, hey, you always get a ticket? You always get in an accident. How you always in an accident?
Right.
Like what's going on? Like accidents is just a magnet for accidents. It's something going on in their mind, right? They keep replaying that past one, and then they're recreating it again. They keep replaying that, and they keep recreating it again.
Yep, it's a loop, and you gotta forcibly remove yourself from that. From that loop.
Oh my goodness. Hey, 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 Master You. Peace, love, and light, abundance, wholeness. Yes,
Mm.
yes. And that's what it's about. And people think like, oh, life isn't just all about, rainbows and gumdrops. It can be.
Why not?
It can be.
Listen, I've been watching Care Bears. I
And
watch
there you
Care
go,
Bears.
Karen.
Okay, that's where I live in my heart.
It's like people just want to bust your bubble. Life gonna show you. Like, wait till life shows up on you. It's just like, why you wishing bad on somebody just so you can prove that life ain't supposed to be good?
Right,
Who
right,
lied?
right.
Who told you life isn't supposed to be good?
I feel really sorry for those kinds of people genuinely because they are genuinely not happy. And typically, like one of the people that I've seen that I know who have had that kind of mentality, they feel like, you know, life is going to constantly be knocking you down. And who are you to think that it's not going to happen to you? They see it as like being entitled or being like, sorry, I'm a little hoarse. I'm hungover. They see it as like being, like, I don't have a sense of like better than everyone or like different or I'm not exactly, the word's not exactly coming to me. But I genuinely believe that a lot of the people who believe that way are not happy at all in their lives.
Yeah.
And it's hard for them to find happiness, or maybe happiness was taken from them in some way.
Yeah, like you said, misery loves company. I said, but so does happy. Happy makes good company too.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
Happiness makes great. Try it on for size. You'll
Mm-hmm.
see that you'll attract happy people too. Just as like you attract misery, you attract who you are.
Mm-hmm.
So if you that's why I say that's why I caution people to be talking about, oh, this person is low vibrational or they're, but do you know you attract who you are?
Mm-hmm.
So if they're low vibrational, what does that say about you?
Yeah, and it's just a weird term to use because it's like, does that mean everything they do is low? Like, what are we actually what are we
That people
actually like
are so
quantifying here?
judgy.
Yes.
It just shows you how judgy people are. They're always looking for wrongness. And that's what I've said about the spiritual community. It's just like the religious community. You just gave it a different name, but it's the same
It's
vibe.
the same.
It's the
Oh,
same
guys,
vibe.
you have to be careful of doing, mixing crystals with, I don't know what I'm just making stuff up.
Right.
You guys, you have to be careful with this blood moon. Like, you can't do X, Y, and y'all do realize
Like
it's the
remember
same
when you were in
thing.
church and you couldn't hang around the worldly people, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
the secular music and the same thing with the spiritual. You got to protect your energy. You
Right.
shouldn't be around everybody. You gotta build a fortress around you. It's the same thing.
Dark
You're just using a
spirits.
different vocabulary,
Yep.
different
To help
vernacular,
you.
but you saying the same doggone thing that you have no power over the evil one. Your
Right.
own negative thinking. You have absolutely no power over it. Because you really think that your power lies in somebody else's ability to be happy or not.
Right.
Like, why does them being unhappy have anything to do with you? And the fact that you notice that they're unhappy really means that you kind of unhappy too. Because
Mm-hmm.
why are you talking about that?
Exactly. Because if you constantly have to, if you find that you're really not matching up for whatever
Right.
reason, then, it's just not a
Because if we're
fit.
talking about the law of attraction, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
attracts like, then how did they end up in your vicinity? How did they end up in your universe?
Right.
Why are they rotating around your sun? Like when they came into
100%.
your experience, they should have been like, "Oh my goodness, I just feel so much better. I don't know what it is. I was feeling a little blue, and now we talking, and I just feel so much better now." That's how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to raise their vibration because they are you. They're showing you exactly where you dwell.
Amen.
And so if you keep talking about these energy vampires and all of this NPCs and soulless people, it's just like, what?
Yeah. What does that really mean? And are we
That's what
saying
I'm
like
saying.
because someone
They're
likes to go to
grays.
the
Somebody said
club?
somebody was a gray peak was grays. I'm like, grays?
Oh, that's crazy. Wow.
I'm just like, so here we are. We got this hierarchy. Same thing with religion, right? This hierarchy of souls. Everybody just want to see themselves as better than the next. I don't
Mm-hmm.
like I thought everybody's you pushed out. So I get it. Everybody don't see that, right? Everybody's not rocking with that mindset. Like, what you mean? Everybody ain't need pushed out. But if you are the only one that exists in your video game and everybody else is just characters in the movie and they're just playing a script, playing the role of the script you wrote. That means you wrote them into your movie.
Mm-hmm.
You wrote the Greys into them. The only reason they could ever exist because you created them.
Yeah. At the end of the day, like.
But again, like you said, what does that even mean?
Also, if I think people, they spiritualize things that are just lifestyle differences. Like they try to, like you said, like they try to judge. They want to judge someone, but they need some moral high ground to do it instead of just being like, I don't like that person.
That part.
Just say you don't like them. That's why, again, the toxic. Like it's not really toxic, right? It's just being clear, right? But
you're really not liking you because what?
Right.
You wrote them into your movie. You put them there.
Right. You can have a different experience with them if you want that.
Yep. Because these happen naturally on their own. You don't even have to do anything. Just be your best you, your best self. Be the best version of you, and you will see that reflected back to you. That's all you got to do.
Sure,
not about changing other people. It's about changing yourself. No one to change but self. Stop trying to fix other people. Just worry about yourself. Life will be beautiful. But with that said, it's time for me to go pick up my grandchild. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Don't forget, Wednesdays, we have the manifestation group sessions. It's such an awesome time. And that book, man, if y'all haven't gotten that book, Busting Loose from the Money Game, man, that it definitely will transform your mind when you operate from the state of appreciation all of your life, because all of your life is your creation. Appreciation.
And that's the best thing ever.
Oh my goodness. Like I said, if it's something that was unfavorable, heck, I did that. Something wonderful. Oh, I did that. Take accountability for all of it because it's all you. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Catch you next time. You know the Bears come on tonight, so woo. Are we watching?
Period.
Yeah, who are you? Indianapolis
I'm
won
a
yesterday.
coach, and we won.
Yes,
we won. Right. Finally got some people on the sidelines calling the right play.
I was hoping Justin would win. He played actually a good game.
Yeah.
Justin Fields, I'm still rocking. You know, he was our quarterback. He on his third team, but this team seemed to be, man, you know, they scored 32 points. It's just Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers was the Aaron Rodgers of the past. He threw four TDs.
But I'm gonna show y'all.
Yes.
Everyone was like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Listen, I'm gonna try to beat Tom Brady. Even though I hate Tom Brady." He was like,
Me too. I wasn't.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad I'm not alone. Okay. So yeah,
I don't hate him, but I just wasn't a fan.
Okay. I definitely hate him for real.
Yeah, the chapters we're reading is 8. Chapters 8 through 10. Sorry. I do have to go.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.